Hey there, guys. How we doing today? All right, we're just getting set up right now, and we'll be getting going here in just a moment. Feel free to talk in the chat. Helps make the video a little bit more lively and keeps everything interesting for everybody. Alright guys, well welcome to our second day of live stream. We are opening our last two cases today. We went through the first two yesterday, and we did draw the 10,000 dragons, so we can get people in here, comment, like, subscribe, and enter the contest. Hopefully we can give that bad boy away. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this. Alright guys, well welcome. So here it is, that beautiful boy we got yesterday. I wish you guys could see this thing in person. It is really pretty. But here we go. So this is going to be our next case we're opening today. I like to start these streams just by showing you what this product looks like. If you guys haven't seen this before in the past, it's got the official Konami tape on it and the contents verified. That's how you know that you're getting something that hasn't been tampered with. Really important that if you're going out and actually buying this in person, you pay attention to this kind of stuff. It's also going to have contents listed, so if you see there, it's going to have 12 of 24 count boxes, so that means there's 24 boxes in there with 24 packs. If you're getting something like a star pack or a legendary duelist, it's going to say like 12 of 36. So it's actually dependent on the product you're purchasing. But let's go ahead and get this thing open, and we can actually start opening some packs. Yesterday we had some good pulls. Like I said, we got that 10,000 dragon, which is amazing. We haven't seen a Utopia yet, so hopefully we'll get that going today. And yeah, so here is a sealed box. Again, it's got the Konami stamp. This is on the plastic wrap. If you're buying one of these, make sure that it has that Konami on there, otherwise it's been tampered with. So let's get these out of our case and off to the side. There we go. Thank you, Zapta. Is that, let me know if that's better on the music levels. I just turned it down a bit. Alright, let's get it turned down even more then. There we go. That should be better. Alright, so let's get into this thing. I just lost my opener. Here it is. So yeah, so from yesterday, what we were seeing in terms of the pull ratios, the invocations are definitely short printed. The Chaos Emperor dragons are definitely short printed. The Koiki Meru support is also short printed with the oh, gone now? Let me Actually, I know what I have wrong. I actually have the main volume wrong. Let's get it fixed before we jump into here so we've got it right for the whole stream.
I was gonna say yesterday I had some pretty good stuff, man. So before you bust open the case, call your shots out, man.
Yeah, I mean, definitely what we're looking for today is that Utopia. I would love to get another 10,000 Dragon. But yeah, like, so what I was saying about the case counts, that Invocation is really low, that new Koiki support card, which I'm forgetting the name of right now, the spell, is definitely one of the shorter prints. I think we got maybe about 10 or 11 of those. Yeah, that's the one, Miracle Rupture.
Yeah, that's the fossil one.
So I would love to get some more of those. I'd love to get some more of the 10,000s. I'd love to see a Utopia. If we get a Utopia, then we've drawn every card in the set, so that's definitely a good thing. It always feels a little wrong when you open a case and you don't at least get one copy of every card in the set. Yeah, that Fantastic Utopia is a must. One way or another, you need 3 of those. Yeah, if you want to get them, I definitely recommend getting them now. It's a big investment, but I am gonna tell you that thing's gonna go up in price because the cost of the 10,000 is going down, and what we are seeing in the case opening trends is that the Utopia is actually rare, which is not what people were expecting. The rumors about like only 10,000 dragons being printed or it being one every 10 cases is just entirely untrue. All the evidence is pointing to roughly a 10,000 dragon every 2 cases, and a Utopia is spread out even further than that. So I fully expect that the Utopia is going to follow that trend of the other Starlight rares and get into the 1,000 mark, especially considering it's such a historic part of the set with the astral language. So we got the Judgment, the Dragon of Heaven. That's a good one. It's one of those jump promo reprints. Some Impliancer stuff. That Salamangreat is a really nice reprint.
FYI, the lighting in your videos a little bit bright, just in case for some people that can't see the cards, coming through.
So I actually moved the light. I was trying to get it a little less bright, and I think I might have actually made it worse than it was yesterday. Let me see. Okay, yeah, so it's an exposure setting. Let's get that fixed. There we go, I think that's better. Alright, so let's get into this next pack here. Alright, so we got the Fossil Dragon Skullgios. That's a nice one of the Fossil Boys. Another Salamangreat reprint. So these are the 2 reprints from the set, the Sunlight Wolf and the Salamangreat Gazelle. Both needed. Those are such good cards in that archetype. And just getting that nice rarity bump is really nice for the Salamangreat players out there. We got a Numeron Wall, which is also really good. It's part of the essential combo for the new Numeron stuff. Get this one on, come on.
The past few days, seeing both the Starlights go down in price has been a little bit relieving to see. I really haven't seen a lot of people willing to part with some of their said cards, so that's another challenge in and of itself.
So I did a best selling sort on TCG Player, and I'm gonna actually show this guy to you guys because I thought it was really interesting. when I went into here, look at what the best-selling card out of the set is. It's actually the 10,000 Dragon. So that card isn't just sitting on there at that price. But also something I wanted to show you. The Utopia, the number 39, is sitting at a lower number of listings. It's only got 22 listings. And so that doesn't necessarily mean there's 22 on here. That means that's how many people have it listed. But more people have the 10,000 listed than have the Utopia listed. And the Utopia is not selling as fast as the 10,000 Dragon if you look at the best selling metrics. So
Yeah.
that tells you how much rarer that number 39 Utopia is.
I definitely want to get one of each.
Yeah, I would say maybe wait till the end of the week to get your copy of 10,000 Dragon if you are planning on buying it. But for the for that Utopia, I think it's just going to go up and just continue to climb. It's I'm actually really surprised at the price it's sitting at right now.
It's about as that Fireflint lady when I went on like the mobile version of TCG Player. That was one of the first things I saw get best selling / relevant. So that's something I guess to look out for when you pull a
those are gonna be fire. So we just actually pulled one of the Miracle Ruptures, which is one of the cards we were talking about as one of the shorter prints in the set so far. Definitely a good card. Looking forward to seeing that thing in play. But yeah, if you actually look at the relevance screen on TCG Player, Fire Flint Lady is the number 1. And then the actual booster box is following that. So the relevance, I think, kind of shows more what people are searching for and looking for, and it doesn't necessarily tally price in there. And I think it's actually the number 1 selling card out of the set. And for good reason. It's going to make a good splash with the upcoming Infernoble Knights. And Warrior support is always a good thing because Warriors are consistently such a good archetype. This one's actually pretty good. So we got 2 of the Evokes. We got the In Purgatorio and the Elysium. We've also got the Dragon Buster Destruction Sword. All 3 of those are reprints. And really nice reprints. The rarity bump on the Dragon Buster is beautiful, and it's really nice to see those invoked cards becoming a little bit more accessible to people.
Finding the past couple days, I think I may have found a seller for a Starlight Utopia, but my guy hasn't gotten back to me yet. He said he'd be willing to sell it for around $350. So it's just a hope and pray at this point that it will sell to me.
Yeah, that's a good price. I don't see that dropping below that point. Even if you wait for like the week to actually see how this lines up. So we just got a Fireflint Lady as well. If you haven't seen that card yet, it is a pretty one. And since we were just talking about it, I'm going to read that one in stream for you guys if you don't know what it does. If you control a warrior monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. So it's got a little bit of a blue butterfly effect. It's not going to be a chain block like that card, but it's still an extra warrior body on field. And then it's got an additional effect. You can send this card from the field to the graveyard. Special summon 1 level 4 or lower warrior monster from your hand, and if you do, your opponent cannot target it with card effects this turn. You can only use each effect of Fire Flint Lady once per turn. So this thing has a lot of applications. If you have a warrior monster that is essential for combo, you can get it out of your hand through a special summon. And it also, since it's sending itself to the graveyard, you can actually use it for the Phoenix Blade. If we ever see that thing returning back into mainstay meta play. Alright, give me something good here.
Oh shoot, House of Champs in the chat. Hey.
Oh, we got somebody else joining us in chat here.
Hey, what's up, homie?
So, Z-Zapta is saying, really want to try fossils. Oh, we got House of Champs on here. Hey, John. Thank you for stopping by. Glad to see you join in. John was nice enough to let me advertise the stream on his Discord. And I would love to get one of those misprint boxes. I saw that video you posted without names. That is just incredible. If I could get like an entire box of that, that would be just... I would be totally hyped on that. Especially if it was included something like a 10,000 misprint or a Utopia misprint. That would just be insane.
I would cry if my boxes had one of those misprints.
I might have a Team Sam moment where I just stand up and start screaming around the room.
I'd cry for a second because, you know, the card didn't look normal, and then it'd be like tears of joy at the end, knowing that I could like flip it for like a king's ransom afterward.
So we got that Fossil Warrior Skull King. That's another one of those fossils. We've got some throwback with the Brotherhood of the Fire Fist, Lion Emperor, and Galaxy Worm. And we got a couple of those new Numeron cards. So these are some of the cheaper ones, but definitely essential to the new Numeron combo. I might even expect to see those go up with time if the Numeron engine sticks around for a bit. Alright, so we got Danger Jackalope here. One of the few dangers that missed secret treatment, so it's nice to see this thing with an actual secret rare printing. I just wish it had come around when dangers are still getting used. It's a bit of a shame. We've got the Invoked Caligula and the Numeron Wall as well. Both nice cards in that pack. Despacito 87 is saying nice 10k dragon. I am loving this thing. I really know you can't see this on screen, but if you tilt it just right, it's got that 10,000 emblazoned on it, and it almost reminds me of like a diamond drill bit with that just subtle crusting on it. It's really beautiful. Speaking of things that you really can't see in camera, something that I noticed yesterday after opening several boxes of this, anybody that's opened a lot of packs of this set, or of any Yu-Gi-Oh set, has noticed that there's usually what looks like tire tracks on the back of their cards when they open a pack. And, well, while I'm talking about cards in better condition, this one is actually like completely bent up with a scratch down the middle. So maybe I spoke too soon on that. Set that one off to the side. But I don't know if you can see it, but it almost looks dewy on the back. It's a lot smoother. It doesn't have the tire tracks that a lot of sets have. So just out of the pack, a lot of these cards are in a nicer condition than what I've been used to. Some of the printing quality has not been up to snuff with Konami lately. Power Crawler, Invoked Elysium, got the Raw's Disciple, getting ready for that new Rage of Raw set. Not sure it needed a reprint. Now it's sitting at 74 cents, or at least it was yesterday. Oh, we got the Invoked Elysium, which is nice, part of the Invoked reprints. Truly Glorious Dragon, yes. Alright, give me some luck. Oh, not what I was hoping for. We got a Chimera Tech Mega Fleet Dragon, so another one of the reprints. Goyo, Artifact Sanctum, and Salamangrate. These are great reprints. It definitely didn't need another secret print, but it's so much prettier in secret. And then again with that Salaman Great Sunlight Wolf, really nice. And this one we're just calling Shaman. Mega Fleet is good luck. In the days of the Cyber Dragon stuff, when Mega Fleet was really meta relevant, that would have been a nice time for this reprint, because honestly, the foiling printing on this card is so beautiful. It's a shame it never got to see any play. Hopefully Cyber Dragons will come back, though. It's a pretty nice deck. Number F-Zero Utopic Future Slash. This one always gets me excited. I think it's the Utopia. And so we got a Utopia pack on this one. We got the S39, the other Utopia in the set.
Nice. I was gonna say, just to build off on the Chimera Tech Mega Fleet Dragon pool. Looking at the OCG, they did another structure deck vote, and Cyber Style ended number 2 behind the meme deck Ice Barriers. So those two are going to be getting a structure deck very, very soon. I think before the end of the year even.
Really? I hadn't seen that in OCG news. I must have missed that.
It was a very low-key thing. I mean, given everything going on right now.
Yeah, there's been so much bigger news lately. That's actually pretty exciting, though. And we just got a Numeron network in the last pool. That's one of the most... Actually, I think it still is the most expensive Numeron card. And one of the top sellers in the set. So, looks like it's actually dropped. The Fossil Warrior Skull King has taken over its spot as number 5. All right, so we got the Fossil Warrior Skullbone, Assault Blackwing, number 1, so another one of the Numerons, and some Appliancer and Cross Sheep, which is definitely a good reprint. I'm glad to see that in this set. It needed some market saturation because $15 for a rare is just ridiculous, and it really is deserving of that ultra rare slot. Alright, let's get something good on this one. Numeron Calling. So we're getting all the Numeron stuff. This is the second most expensive card in the Numeron set. And I'm actually looking at the prices right now. It's dropped quite a bit. From yesterday. The Numeron Network's sitting at $13.87, and the Numeron Calling is sitting at $6.98. Sorry, I can't talk. So now might actually be a good time to snatch those up if you're thinking about playing Numeron. I can only suspect that the Numeron secret rares are going to go up as soon as the Dragma comes out, and as soon as we start seeing some tournament results with Numeron Eldritch. So we got a Fossil Warrior Skull King. We got some more Numeron, Blackwing, Elemental Hero, Neosalius. Pretty decent pack there. So you were saying that you had been looking in to that OCG deck. Do you know anything about the new strategy with it?
With Cyber Style?
Yeah.
So with Cyber Style, they encompassed a lot of cards in general for Cyber. So like all the Cyber Dark cards.
Gonna interrupt you for a second. We got a Chaos Emperor Dragon, the Dragon of Armageddon. This one is beautiful. I really love this new rarity print. And it is the shortest print card in the set, other than the Starlight and the 10,000. So
Invocation's right up there too.
Invocation's right behind it. Or actually, Invocation is a harder pull, but the price is lower just because it's gotten so many other prints.
Yeah.
But anyways, you were saying.
Oh, so like Cyber, they just meant just Cyber in general, so Cyber Dragon and Cyber Dark. So I imagine that, you know, the support, it's they're gonna get some for Cyber Dark and then some stuff for Cyber Dragon as well. So I imagine that a lot of those cards will generically help both archetypes, and that's kind of what I'm expecting.
Okay.
Because Zane ran both Cyber Dark and Cyber Dragons in his deck in GX. So, yeah, and I mean, I know the running joke about, you know, ice barriers. I think everyone has. So, I kind of look forward half-heartedly to what they can offer in terms of viability for the ice barriers, because the synchros are absolutely just broken.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some good stuff in the ice barriers. So while we're opening up this new box, make sure that you check out the description below, comment, like, and subscribe, and make sure that you enter the contest through Gleam. You have to do all of those things to qualify for the contest. And get your friends to come on stream. Hopefully we can actually get to a point where the contest is live. If everybody adds like 10 people, we can get to that 10K number. And I really honestly would love to see somebody win this thing. So definitely get some people on here, and yeah. Alright, so Specimen Inspection. This is one of the nice new fossil cards. This reveals a fossil fusion in your hand. Send one monster from your hand to the graveyard, and if you do, declare a type and a level. Then your opponent looks at their hand and deck and sends one monster with the declared type and level from one of them to the graveyard, if possible. You can only activate one Specimen Inspection per turn. So actually a pretty nice card right there. Salamander Great Gazelle, and some other stuff.
As much as I like the structure deck vote, only thing that I'm kind of worried about is there was a structure deck vote that was not made. I'm trying to think of the word. It was basically a vote, like another vote happened before this one, and they said that all the archetypes were going to get support no matter where they placed. And I'm just worried about like all the other decks, because I play one of those said decks, and I enjoy a couple of the other decks that placed in the top 10. So I'm worried that those like archetypes are gonna get put on the back burner because of you know, the new structure deck vote. So I mean, hopefully that isn't the case, and
I would imagine that it will get printed in short order. I think it's but it also depends on how they print it in the OCG, because if it's not put into a main set, it could end up waiting for a collection set in the TCG, and that, yeah, you could be right, it could take a while to get some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Especially
Sorry,
if it,
guys.
what'd you say?
Die-hard Blackwing player. Sorry, guys. Die-hard Blackwing player here.
No need to apologize. I mean, we were talking about the Moki Moki players yesterday.
Hey.
Alright, come on, give me something good. Give me something good. Yeah, speaking of the new structure decks, I'm actually really looking forward to the Charmer stuff. I think that is actually going to be pretty lick.
Yeah. I mean, Dark Ruler and Evenly in the OCG. They get really nice treatment in the OCG. Hopefully, we can have the same. Konami's been getting their stuff together somewhat on that end. So I mean, I hope they can keep it going, considering how reprint loaded this structure deck was.
Nice. We got the Mech Phantom Beast O-Lion. This is definitely one of the most needed reprints in the set. Yeah, I don't know. They're definitely getting their stuff together in some of the reprinting and things like that, and getting the OCG in line with the TCG. They still have a lot of work to do in terms of actually getting everything even playing field on both sides. But
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. What?
Oh no, I was just gonna say the OCG definitely has a lot more accessibility with their cards.
Yeah, and that is one of the major problems that we see in the TCG. Just the lower ratios, the short printing, like invocation, is just not healthy for the game. I mean, every single printing of the card has been severely short printed to the point that the newest printing is still listed for $22, and that's just not right, especially after how many prints that card's had. Still salty for no normal Hearth Earth reprint. Yeah, there's a few archetypes that have just literally never gotten reprints. I think one of the main archetypes that may have popped up recently in meta, I don't know, I'd call it meta, more rogue, very rogue, but it's the Fire Warriors that were Pendulum cards. I just drew a blank on their name, but Jesse Cotton actually piloted a pretty interesting strategy with them for an OTK.
The Ignites.
The Ignites, that's the name, yeah. And some of them got tournament pack reprints, but a lot of those have just never been reprinted, and that set's getting pretty old at this point.
I'm expecting the Ignites to be mixed in with the Infernobles.
I could definitely see that happening. Definitely have some synergy, and there's some really cool combo potential with that. It would be cool to see a Pendulum Resurgence. Alright, so we got another Fossil Fusion here. Pretty good card.
But your gripe with Hard Earth not being reprinted, I guarantee you down the line they're going to make a number monster box. I can just see it from here.
For the Hearth Earth normal monsters, man? Or normals? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I can definitely see them making like a collectible box that has like a bunch of like number monsters and stuff like that, and like new art or whatever.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. The number monsters are one of the things that a lot of people are really interested in collecting, especially since it's such a set centric kind of release. Number 1, 2, 3, 4. It's really easy to see it as a collection, and so it's been one of those things people have been collecting for quite a while. And we still don't even have all every number, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought that with these Numeron cards, all of them were around. I mean, I know there's plenty of missing XZ monsters.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if I can't remember, but these numerons might have actually completed the missing numbers. I'm trying to remember if there's any others that we still haven't gotten. Atec YGO's asking any misprints for the openings overall. So far, we haven't noticed any. I might find some going through, but we had John on here earlier talking about the misprint boxes that he posted in his channel. I think yesterday or last night is when he put that video up, and I would love to get some of those cards that are missing the name. So we've got the Numeron Wall, which is pretty nice. Danger Jackalope reprints, Book of Moon reprints. Alright, Escoridal, or the secret rare. And we got some of the new appliancer stuff in here. Secure Gardna. Actually, we got quite a bit of appliancer in this pack. We got the Vac Elephant, the appliancer Laundry Dragon, and the reuse spell card. And Glacial Beast, Blizzard Wolf. What were you saying?
I was gonna say with battles, seeing these prize cards get reprinted, I'm actually pretty sad just because there's only one prize card that I want to see printed, and I don't think it's ever gonna happen. It's a pretty old one. It's from the 5Ds era, but it's Blood Mephist.
Mm-hmm.
Great synchro monster.
Yeah, there's only a handful of the prize cards that haven't been reprinted at this point. It seems to me that Konami has set a intention to actually reprint them all, especially considering the fact that we got this Chaos Emperor, the Dragon of Armageddon reprint so soon after the latest season. I think that they definitely have an intention of getting them all out into circulation.
Yeah. I only say that because I mean, I know the tendency of censorship that Konami tends to have with a lot of their cards, and they don't really put the word blood on a lot of their cards.
Yeah,
I understand.
I really don't think that would prevent them from reprinting it, though, because if they've printed it once in TCG, I don't think they'll have a problem printing it a second time. And now they've got the Lost Arts coming out, and it's taking all the censorship off the cards. And people really love those things. They are definitely sticking around as collectibles. So I think Konami recognizes, too, that a lot of the audience for the cards has already grown up with these cards, and so no real reason to handle the adults with kid gloves.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to understand that the game ain't really for children anymore, just because a lot of the people, like you said, grew up with it and they're sticking around. So.
Well, I mean, you also have to take into account some of the difficulties on some of these monsters. I mean, just look at this guy right here. I mean, there is so much text on there. There's no way that an elementary school kid is going to know how to play that. Also, with the mechanics in Tier 5, it's actually, or Master Rule 5, rather, the game's pretty complicated now. It's really not kid-friendly, not as much as it used to be.
It's kind of ironic that the game that requires someone to be 13 or older is a lot more simple than the one that says, oh, ages 6+. Game I'm alluding to is Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, it's it got some interesting strategy in it. Let's see, I think it's 6 up does sound right. Let's see what they actually say on the product. I don't see it. I know they usually have it on the products.
It's in the back because the Studio Dice and Shueisha thing took up more space.
In the back.
Oh, you're looking at the box. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
looking at
it's
the
on
box.
the left side of the box.
Oh yeah, 6 years up. Yeah, I've never thought this card game was friendly for 6-year-olds. I remember way back in the day when I was still a young lad playing this game, and little kids would come to like the league and everything, and they had no clue what they were doing. They'd have a stack of like 90 cards. They'd have rubber bands around them, and they would literally just pretend they were on the anime and not follow rules whatsoever if you actually tried to play with one of them. And you basically just had to like handle them with kid gloves and just be like, yeah, that's nice. Good for you. It's never really been a game for 6-year-olds.
To be fair, the anime did not do a good job whatsoever of like establishing game rules.
Oh, especially not at the beginning. It's gotten a lot better now, but especially in the beginning, the cards literally just did whatever they needed them to do at that time.
Like, oh, my monster is undead, so like it can't be destroyed by battle. It will just come back later.
Yeah, some of the rules were just so weird in the original anime. Um, I also thought it was funny, like, if these characters are supposed to be like pro players and they only know what their own cards do.
I.e., when they play pot of.
You're cracking up. What'd you say?
I was gonna say every instance in the anime when a player other than them plays pot of greed.
Oh, yeah. They have to explain. It lets me draw two. Let's see here real quick. Gonna check some stuff on the computer. All right. Well, we're getting some likes and whatnot on the video right now, but make sure that you're letting your friends know about it. We've got to get to the 100 number before we kick off the contest for today. This is the last day of the contest. Hopefully we can get people to invite some friends and get to the second or third tier prize. We've got a Fossil Dragon Skolgios, Obedient Schooled, Appliancer, Electrica Lyrical World, Galaxy Worm, and Invoked Caligula. Dark Spell Regeneration, Appliancer, Copy Vocal, Black Whirlwind, Numeron Wall, and Book of Moon. So we got a couple of the new cards here and a couple of the really old cards.
So I'll say Black Whirlwind is a very nice reprint for budget players, just because the Ultra was.
Do you know how much it was going for before the reprint?
About $230 for the Ultra Rare from the Legendary Collection 5Ds, which I think is a highly underrated
Can you
Legendary collection.
Can you check your mic? You are really, really low.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Okay.
So we got a Numeron network here. Really nice one. Definitely one of the most essential cards in the strategy. We got the Topologic Zeraboros with the new errata on it. Nice little buff on that card, taking on the Japanese or OCG text.
All right. Is that better?
It's a little better. You're still a little low.
Okay. Uh, guess it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but yeah. Um, Black Whirlwinds were about $15 to $20 for the Ultra before the reprint. So, I mean, mostly welcomed, I'd say.
Yeah, it had a common version though as well, right?
Yeah, from the original set that it came in, Rage and Battle.
Right, right.
Personally, I think the Turbo Pack ones, the super rare ones, are the highest rarity. But yeah, I mean, accessibility matters more. So
Yeah, for sure. And that's the Black Wings are also an archetype that see some resurgence every now and then. They kind of skirt around the meta and find their way into meta decks from time to time.
they've been power crap to hack though ever since they took names in Worlds in '09. So
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, Altergeist has been power prep since it took Worlds, but I'm surprised it really hasn't gotten more of a slap on the wrist after that. But it
yeah,
never really accomplished too much after that.
usually usually, I mean, winning worlds is usually an indicator for a deck to just, die afterward. And yeah, nothing happened to them.
Yeah. Well, they weren't really ever that strong before it. I mean, not to talk down the Altergeist players. Altergeist is definitely still a meta relevant deck, and it definitely has its pluses, but it's just not doing well in the current meta, and it's just been steadily on decline. Oh, sweet! We got a invocation. So we've got the two really short print cards so far. We got the Chaos Emperor, and we've got the invocation. That invocation's definitely the rarer of the two, probably by twice as much. And a cross sheep, and a 4-mud skipper for our Salamangreat players. So that's a good pack right there. And we got 3 more packs on this third box, so we're making pretty good time on these. Alright, so we got the number F0 Utopic Future Slash. Always getting my hopes up. But that's a nice nice card for the pack to pull, and a number 2, so that's pretty nice. So yesterday for the first stream, I don't know how I managed to do this, but I actually forgot to grab a trash bag. I just wanted to show you guys this. Work on their packaging. Okay, so Miracle Rupture. So these are, from what I have seen, the 3 hardest pulls. The Fossil Warrior Skull Knight is up there as well, but those are the 3 that I've really, really noticed as being short printed. And this one's going to be our last pack for the third box, so 1/4 of the way through this first box. Come on, let's do a flip on this one. Give me something good. Alright, so we got Purgatorio. Numeron, we got the number 4. Got the new Appliancer Kappa Scale. Appliancer Laundry Dragon Maid. And alright, a Madolche Angeli. Not a bad pull. That card had some useful cards in it. Not a lot of value, but still a good one. And while we get this next box opened, anybody new to the stream, make sure that you are checking out the description below for the contest rules and how to enter. Make sure that you put your information into the Gleam, like, comment, and subscribe. If you don't do all 4 of those, you aren't going to be eligible for the contest. And the Gleam is the most important part. That's how we know where to contact you so that we can let you know if you've won anything. Also, while we're opening the boxes right now and we're not actually looking at cards, make sure that you get some friends invited. Make sure that you get the word out. There's actually a way to get a second entry if you share our Twitter link through Gleam. And that'll double your chances at winning the prizes and help get some people out here on this stream so that we can get the subscribers we need to unlock some prize tiers.
Something that I noticed with that recent box that you just opened, you pulled like quite a few of the shorter printed cards, like the Rupture, the Invocation, and especially the Angeli. I haven't seen many of those get popped up anywhere either, so which is kind of surprising, just because Madolches have always been pretty popular. So I'd imagine that they drop like candy.
Yeah, that Angeli is one of the top 20 cards in terms of price. It's actually higher than the number C1. Numeron Chaos Gate Sunyo, which is the secret rare Numeron monster. So it's actually pretty rare. It's sitting right above the Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion, actually, if I'm looking at the page right now. So we know that the Madolche is popular. It's actually started to rear its head in meta again, which is just crazy in 2020 that Madolche is actually doing anything. So it's a welcome reprint, and you're pretty right. It's one of the rarer pulls out of this set. The Miracle Rupture is looks like it's the let's see, that is the 10th most expensive card out of the set. Which I think when people realize how short printed it is, it might actually go up because it is one of the harder cards to pull for sure.
Well, it's a foolish burial for rocks. So I mean, that's the thing that's bonkers.
Yeah, exactly. Anytime you have any card effect like a foolish burial, it's gonna find some way to be abused.
And now, like, rocks can play 3 of those with Adamantimators running around already.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a big boost. So actually, while we're talking about it, let's go ahead and read this for chat. So Miracle Rupture is the card we're discussing. Send 1 level 4 lower rock monster from your deck to the graveyard. Then, if Fossil Fusion is in your graveyard, draw 1 card. You can only activate 1 Miracle Rupture per turn. So even just with that send 1 level 4 to the graveyard, that alone is a powerful effect. If you do pair it with that Fossil Fusion, which you actually just drew from this pack, that's actually pretty powerful. So that's what people are talking about with this new idea for Fossil Adamantimator. And since we just pulled this, let's go ahead and read this one as well. It's Fusion Summon 1 Fossil Fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing fusion materials listed on it from any graveyards, except materials with a specific graveyard requirement listed. If you banished monsters from both graveyards, neither player can target that special summoned monster with monster effects. If a face-up Fossil Fusion monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, while this card is in the graveyard, you can add this card from the graveyard to your hand. You can only use this effect to Fossil Fusion once per turn. So pretty good fusion card there, but it's got the recursion to get it back into your hand. So it's just an enabler to just continue extending the combo. Invoked Raijin and a Mecha Phantom Beast. So this is actually a really good pack here. Have you experimented with the new Fossil Emancipator build at all? Or is anybody in chat?
Honestly, I have taken a step back from the game a bit. I mean, I'm keeping up with some of the newer cards that come out, but in terms of playing a game, I don't think I've done that in quite a few months, honestly.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I've kind of just stopped. I keep making the attempts to make decks on like EDO Pro or on DB, and then I just don't play. Mostly because I've been busy starting up this business and everything, but it's just not as fun without people. Let's see. So we've got a few questions here in chat. Joe Wei, or Wei. How many cases have you opened so far? So we're almost halfway through the third case. We did 2 on the first day. We're trying to get through the last 2 here today. And then Zapta is saying Fossil Adamantipator seems more like a going second type of deck. I would have to agree. Everything that I have seen about the strategy, talking to some of the more experienced players that I know that have really been experimenting with it for a few weeks now, they are all leaning towards a going second build. And so it kind of works synergistically because Adamantipator is actually able to search Nibiru, which is great in going second builds, things like that. So actually putting the Nibiru in there actually works really nicely and is really a nice boon for the deck, which I think is one thing. It might keep it on the map even after we get the Numeron Eldritch as one of the main meta contenders. And then we've also got how is your Starlight pull ratio so far? So we got the 10,000 dragon out of the first case. We haven't seen in Utopia so far. So I think we're a little behind the curve. I think what most people are doing is about 1 every 2 cases. So hopefully before we finish this case, we'll see a Utopia or another 10,000. And then I heard that Hanamata Pyra related monsters, Ga Ga Ga, Do Do Do, Go Go Go, Zubaba, do better than Adamantipator. I assume you're talking about with fossils. I actually haven't seen anybody testing those. If you can explain the strategy in chat, we can go ahead and talk about it a little bit. Have you seen anything with that, Michael?
With Fossil Adamantipator?
Or not for Fossil Adamantipator, the Ga Ga Ga, Do Do Do, Go 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 cards with the Adamantipator. Or with fossils, rather.
Huh. Well, let's see. I imagine that, so like, what level is Weathering Soldier? He's a 4, right? So, I mean,
I can't remember. I'd have to actually look it up, but we can do that real quick here.
but like, I know with, like, all those, like, you know, word crunch, like, archetypes with Gaga Ga, Dododo, Zubaba, like, all those homies, they're like Exceed spam. So I mean, I imagine that, like,
Yeah, so this one's a 4, level 4 for the Weathering Soldier, and this is one of the prints that we have in this set as well. So,
man, So like, I don't really know too much, but I mean, like, I imagine that one of the main strategies is just exceed spam and then just going from there.
Yeah, for sure,
So
for
do you
sure.
think?
Let's see if Zapdos said anything. So yeah, I think I mean pretty much any time you're dealing with a spam deck, you have some definite room for success. But I mean, you also have to consider that Nibiru and whatnot are in the game now, so spam decks
That's
definitely have a limit.
I mean, that's when you start playing mind games with your opponents, man. Like once you see them summoning all that stuff, just like count down from five, man.
Yep,
You can
basically.
you can do that.
Is that your fifth summon? I
Yeah, that's
feel
the
like it's kind of a cheesy way to win. I've heard of people just completely psyching out their opponents, but I mean it's just a poker face, so it's not technically against the rules.
I mean, you're not altering the game state in any way. It's your opponent that's playing.
All right, so we got a Numeron Calling. This is one of the better cards in the set, sitting up in the upper prices of the set as well. I think this is actually, let's see, this is the seventh most expensive card in the set, followed right by the Numeron Network. So definitely a good pull on this one and an essential piece of that combo. So this is a pretty nice pack. So we also got a Salamangreat, Sunlight Wolf, we got that Necroz, Gunganir, so pretty nice pulls on here. And we got a specimen inspection, so pretty nice. Another one of the fossil pieces, Steam Seacron, and the number S39 along with the Shaman.
I've heard the Drogma archetype being clustered together with so many things. It kind of makes me doubt like what it could do like as a deck overall, just because I've seen so many experimentations, and I don't know, like I've seen Necroz invoked, and just like a whole bunch of other stuff with Drogma. I mean, thinking about it, Rise of the Duelist is gonna be a pretty big like set in terms of like archetypal support. It's a lot more that I've seen in terms of like for like what it's done for Yu-Gi-Oh. So I mean this set, I mean, I feel like it could be as good as Duelist Revolution and Duelist Alliance if it's pulled off right, depending on the imports.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, even looking, sorry about that. Even looking at the OCG, I mean, we've seen a lot of success for Dragma, and we've seen a lot of different variations as well. Let's actually see. I wanted to check this while we were on stream. The actual set should be showing up on the database by now for Rise of the Duelist. So let's see if it's actually listed. Because if it is, we can actually see what the new cards are going to be.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Let's see.
Shoot, let me know. I could check it out too.
Actually, yeah, so I'm going to switch over to my screen real quick. If we look over here, Battles of Legend Armageddon is still showing as the newest. Traditionally, though, Friday is the day that they release the sets, so I'm going to keep my eyes on it, because I definitely am excited to see where the rarities fall, and I want to see what the new cards are, because they haven't announced what they're going to be yet.
Speaking of new cards, sticking to the same subject, have you seen some of the leaks for Phantom Rage? A lot of the older decks that really, clap cheeks back in Worlds, getting a resurgence. Infernities are getting a whole new wave of cards right now, and I think it looks really good.
So I've seen a little bit of it. I know that there's a lot of Infernity hype. A lot of pro players have actually been talking about Infernities. If
Coming
I'm,
back off,
what's that?
uh, like Archfiend heading off the ban list, or
I
is it a different kind of hype?
I know that a lot of people have actually been talking about like experimenting with the decks and actually seeing somewhat of a resurgence on it, but it's still pretty far off, and I haven't actually seen any of the leaks for the set yet. So. Oh, there we got the Blackwing, Chris of the Crackodon, and Appliancer Test, as well as a Numeron. So nothing too spectacular in that one. Oh, we got another one of the Chimera Tech Mega Fleets. We actually haven't been drawing many of these out of this case so far. So Invoked Purgatorio is a nice reprint. We've got the number 4 Numeron. So one of the new cards looking nice, and some Appliancer support. So
I've heard of people who played Morphtronics are mixing appliances together, so that's another fever dream right there.
yeah, I mean, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I really hope Appliancer does something, at least one top, like a Prank Kids fluke. But I don't know. I don't think it's really going to do anything, which is kind of disappointing. It's such a cute archetype. It would just be fun if it was actually usable. We might be seeing some support for it, so that would be nice. Maybe get it to a playable level.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely want to play Murphy, and like I know those guys aren't going to get a top whatsoever, so I'm a little bit in that same boat.
Well, we just got a Fossil Warrior Skull Knight, so like we were looking at the prices earlier, this is I think the 4th most expensive card in the set as of right now. So that's a nice pull. We've got the Numeron Wall. That's an essential piece of the new Numeron set, and the number 3 Numeron, the Trini. So that one's actually a pretty good pack. Also has the Dragon Buster Destruction Sword, good reprint, as well as the Shaman. So got more fossil support with the Fossil Fusion. And not a whole lot else in that pack that we're really excited about. But that's still a really good pool. And this is going to be the last pack of our 4th box of the day. So let's cross your fingers, guys. Let's get something good. Oh, okay. So we got a Skullbone, a Fossil Warrior Skullbone. So that's not a bad pull. And then we've got the number 3 Black Whirlwind and a Topologic Zeraboros, which is pretty nice. We read this in the stream yesterday. I've mentioned it did get an errata. It went to the OCG text, but let's go ahead and read this real quick. As most people probably know, this is a reprint from the one of the Cyburst decks we got not too long ago. It's Cyburst Link Effect +2 effect monster. You cannot summon set monsters to any extra monster zone this card points to. Wait, I'm sorry, let me start that over. You cannot summon set monsters to any extra monster zone this card points to. Gains 200 attack for each banished card. If another monster is special summoned to a zone a link monster points to while this monster is on the field, banish all cards on the field. Once per turn during the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished by its own effect, special summon this banished card. So we got one less turn on the penalty for the banishment, so it comes back the next turn, so it doesn't leave your field defenseless. So definitely a nice buff. Numeron Calling, really good pull. Nekroz, Gunganir, Raw's Disciple, and Appliancer. So all right, give me something good. Give me something good. Nice, nice. So we were talking about the short prints in the set earlier, and the Dolce Angeli. We've been seeing quite a few of them, but it's definitely one of the chase cards in this set, and not the easiest thing to pull out of the set. So that's a nice one to see. Steam Synchron. We got the Salaman Great Sunlight Wolf, which is really nice. And nice, nice, nice. So that's like 3 good packs in a row. We got the Numeron Network. This is really pretty card. It is one of the essential cards for the Numeron strategy that's just come out, and is actually tournament legal today. So that's exciting. During main phase, send 1 Numeron normal spell card that meets its activation condition from your deck to the graveyard. This effect becomes that spell's effect when that card is activated. You can only use this effect of Numeron Network once per turn. Numeron Xyz monsters you control can activate effects without detaching materials. So this is definitely this is the field spell card, and one of the key components to getting that S0 out, the Zexal card. So Invoke the Elysium, Dragon Buster Destruction Sword, number S39, and Afterglow. So pretty nice. So, Michael, you've actually been going to the card shop a little bit during the quarantine, haven't you? Or have you been more or less staying away?
I mean, besides that time that I met up with you to sell some stuff, I really haven't gone there. I don't really have a ride. I've been working on trying to, obtain my license and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
classes have just taken a mental toll on me and a lot of time. So
I can understand that, especially with the quarantine and the class structure being so different now than what most people are used to.
yeah, I hate the online approach, especially because I value face-to-face human interaction. It kind of makes me have to not look like a mess to talk to someone.
So we got a comment from chat. Corvus, Numeron Network is selling for pretty high too. Don't know if you've checked out the prices, Corvus, but it's actually dropped quite a bit. Let's switch over to TCG Player real quick. It is still one of the highest priced cards in the set, sitting at number 6, but it is dropped down to $13.87. I think its high was actually going over 30, if I'm not mistaken. So it's been quite a ride down for that card. But we're hoping, I'm expecting that it's going to go up over time, especially once we get more than one archetype that's really playing it with the release of the Dragmas coming out soon. So if you're actually out to buy a copy, I would buy it probably in the next few days. See where it goes after the set's been out for a couple days, and that's probably the time to scoop it up before the price rebounds back up.
Network's gonna be a solid pull regardless because I mean I imagine it being a mandatory three of, and I mean it's still $10 right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's still 30 for your playset, which is not a super cheap card by any means.
Yeah, I mean it's usually the fallout and the rebound period happens after a couple weeks. So I
Yeah.
mean definitely keep an eye out, homie.
Yeah, I think, especially for this, for the Numerons, though, we've got the Dragma coming out so soon that we're going to see the rebound on it actually faster than we might see it on a typical set. I wouldn't be surprised to see it pop back up to its pre-sale price. But it's the Numerons are proving pretty easy to draw, so it may not actually reach those high prices again. Just for that reason alone, they're definitely not part of the short prints.
Yeah.
Got the Fossil Warrior Skull King here. That's a pretty nice one. And an Invoke Purgatory. Nice. So just going to take a moment to remind everybody, check out the description down below, and that's going to tell you all the contest details, rules. Make sure that you comment, like, and subscribe so that you qualify, and you have to do the Gleam in order to be entered. Otherwise, we don't have any way to contact you. So let's come on, Heart of the Cards. All right, nice. We got a time stream. Another one of the essential fossil cards. And some Numeron stuff, Appliancer, Reprint, and Vote. And an F-Zero. That's nice.
I'm trying to remain hopeful for the upcoming Megatons too. I know that Dragoons is not Dragoon, but Dragoon is going to be in the set. They haven't really made it clear on whether or not it's going to be a promo or if they're going to throw it into the Mega Pack set itself to help sell the tins. Personally, I think it'd be a step back if they were to throw it into the set instead of making it like a promo, because like the promos were busted for 2019 and like it seems like they're going the same route where they typically improve. So
yeah,
that's what I'm hoping for.
They really stepped up their game with last year's Megaton. I think that when I started opening it, I was just honestly in awe because it was the best Megaton I had ever opened.
That's value.
I felt like every rarity bump in the Megaton 2019 was really deserving. I felt like all the cards that got like common prints and rare prints and whatnot, they needed rarity drops or just increased accessibility. I really felt like the product design was a step above what Konami's usually doing. And so I really hope to see that this year as well. And from what I've seen, they're following suit. So I'm hoping the TN promos, the TN 20s, are going to be really good. But unfortunately, I don't know if you've heard this, but the allocations have been cut for a lot of distributors.
I've definitely stayed on top of that. Which is why I'm glad I got me a case, especially for the price that I did. I was kind of late on the ball, but I was able to get my case for 180, so I'll take it.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I've got 20 cases coming, so we're going to have a fun time opening all that stuff. That will be a stream to catch. But yeah, the oh, nice. We got a Mech Phantom Beast and a Darkness Metal Dragon, so that's a pretty nice one with the Invoked Raijin. So definitely got some nice pulls on that one. But yeah, the I'm excited for the Megatons, just because of what I saw last year, and if they can do even close to that good a job, it's going to be worth. It's going to be worth a lot.
Yeah, I'm just halfway reserved just because I know Konami takes a couple steps back sometimes with some of their product. So I mean, I am optimistic, but cautiously, at least.
I would say so far this has been one of the best years for Yu-Gi-Oh product, excluding the fact that they've had the allocation cuts. But I don't think that that's necessarily anybody's fault. You know, with COVID-19, there's only so much that Konami can do about something like that. But I mean, in terms of what's actually been in the product, in terms of the new rarity structure, the fact that there's more hollows in every pack, the fact that they've gotten rid of short prints in main sets, this has been a good year for Yu-Gi-Oh! And I am personally expecting that trend to continue with the Megatons. All right, so number C92. 4-mode skipper. This one's really nice for our Salamander great players. We got the Galaxy Worm and Numeron Gate Cadavari, the number 4. Powered Crawler. So this one, I'm just disappointed with this card. I mean, you look at it, it's so pretty, you expect it to be good, and it's just not doing anything. But let's go ahead and read it real quick. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can destroy one monster your opponent controls with less attack than this card. You can only use this effect of Powered Crawler once per turn. All monsters your opponent control must attack if able. So it's honestly not a terrible way to wipe a card. It's actually non-targeting, but actually getting it on the field, and then the fact that all your opponent's monsters must attack, things like that. It's kind of an odd card. Nice. So we got the Numeron Chaos Gate Sunya. Welcome sight to see that guy. Black Whirlwind, Appliance to Reuse, Book of Moon, and Secure Gardna. And last pack of the box. Let's get something good. Alright, so Danger Jackalope. I'm okay with that. Disappointed at its price, but it's really nice that that card's becoming more accessible. Penguin Torpedo, Brotherhood of the Fire Fist, and Appliancer Kappa Scale. So while we get this new box open, make sure that you check out the description down below. Make sure that you fill out the Gleam entry form. That's how you actually get entered into the contest. Comment, like, and subscribe to qualify. And if we can get the tiers for prizing open, that would be great. I'm really looking forward to giving some cards away and giving some love to the community. But in order to do that, we've got to reach the subscriber goals. So get your friends on here, get them to subscribe as well, and hopefully we can be giving some nice stuff away. We have drawn that beautiful 10,000 dragon. So that's our grand prize, if we can get the subscribers to unlock it. And so this box is going to be the 6th box of the day, so we are halfway through our first case once we knock this guy out. Let's see about getting some more people on here. Alright, so let's get into this new box real quick. Alright, so we got the Medulce Angeli. Nice pull. Throwback. We got the Numeron, Appliancer, Elemental Hero Wingman. So we got a lot of the throwback cards. We got some of the new stuff in here. And Fossil Warrior Skull King. So not a bad pull. It's not the best fossil in the set, but it's definitely a nice thing to have. Appliancer, Copy Vocal, Invoked Caligula, and Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf. So that's a nice pull. Danger Jackalope. This is a pretty nice pack. We've got the Numeron Wall, we've got the Shaman, we've got the Dragon Buster Destruction Sword, and the number 3. So this is one of the primary reprints in the set. Really nice card for a rarity bump. The common just did not do this card justice, so... We've got the Specimen Inspection, really nice piece of the Fossil archetype, Intruder Alarm, Elemental Hero, Neos Alias, Goyo Guardian, and Book of Moon. So, decent pull on that one.
They slaughtered my boy Goyo Guardian with that errata.
Which one? The Goyo Guardian?
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that they gave it an errata. Let's see what it says real quick. So, Warrior Synchro effect, level 6, 1 Earth Tuner plus 1 non-tuner monsters. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can special summon that monster to your field in defense. Let's see.
They nerfed him by not making Goyo Guardian a generic synchro monster.
So...
Bro moment.
They required Goyo Guardian to have an Earth Tuner, which just hurt to see.
Oh, I gotcha. So it was originally just 1 tuner, 1 non-tuner monster.
Yep.
That is a shame, because, I mean...
You pull anything else good, sir?
Is that Liam?
It's me.
Hey. We haven't gotten anything too exciting so far. We are halfway through the first case. We got a gladiator beast that apparently got destroyed on the conveyor belt. I don't know if you can see that bend in stream. I could see it when I was looking overhead. But it's got a really nice gouge in the back that actually bent it. So that was fun.
I'm hopefully gonna pick up the rest of the stuff to play my fossil at Emancipator today.
Oh, you're actually gonna play that?
Yeah, the only stuff I'm missing, I might run. I do want to run Researcher, but it's not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
I at least need 3 Analyzer and 2 Seeker, and then 2 Doki Dokis and like 1 more Kawaki Meru card, and then it's ready to play.
I would really personally not want to play it without the researcher.
No, I
It
know it's good, but like,
it's really good in the deck. I mean, it's not technically essential for the strategy that you can play if you don't draw it, but it's so nice to have it in the deck.
yeah. I actually need to pick up. Oh yeah, I also need to pick up 2 miraculous ruptures.
Oh, we've actually we drew one of those today so far. We've been setting them to the side. We've done one of each of the really rare print cards in the set, so that is nice. And we're only halfway through the
Why do you have
case.
the glacial beast on the side over there?
Oh, this is the one that got bent. I don't want to put it in because it's a damaged card.
Oof.
Yeah.
And maybe when Bobby's done with this case, he might pull enough miracle ruptures for you.
Yay.
I pulled quite a few from the last case, so
Dude, I'm so upset right now. Some lady was I was in the exit
Lady or
lane.
Karen?
Some no, just some lady. I was in the exit lane in my car, and this lady cut across 2 to 3 lanes without even looking, and she cut right in front of me, and I almost hit her. I had to slam on my brakes.
welcome to Austin traffic. We got
No,
a
like
fire flint lady. That one's pretty nice.
if I was going a little bit faster, she would have 100% hit me in the side.
Yeah, I don't like driving in the city. And I moved here from New York City and I had to drive through New York on New Year's Eve. So, I mean, that says something about how much I don't like Austin traffic.
I was actually like kind of nodding off a little bit. Like I was just like, ugh, because I'm really tired. That woke me up. I'm awake now.
I gotta tell you though, doing these long streams, I was exhausted. Oh, nice! We got a Numeron network. But yeah, I was so exhausted yesterday after the stream, and I could not wait to go to bed, and I didn't wake up for 12 hours. So, and I still woke up groggy. But we got the Fossil Warrior Skullbone, a number 1, Salamangrate, Raw's Disciple, and Flower Cardian Cherry Blossom. So, not a terrible pack. I'm just waiting for the... what were you going to say?
I'm probably going to head over to Res soon, meet up with the boys.
Oh, really? Is a tournament or anything happening today?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm mainly just going to pick up cards, and then there's someone in the Discord that has a list of cards they need, and I basically almost have like a quarter of the 200 card list that they need.
I definitely missed a 200 card list in the Discord.
Oh, they posted a Google Drive link.
Jesus
Which, yeah,
Christ.
I have a bunch of those.
What else on the list?
Oh, everything. Dangers, Adamanticators, IP Mascarenas, Opelousas, Boral Swords, Borreload Dragons, Borreload Savage Dragons. Just a bunch of stuff.
Wow. Who is this person?
It is Rafe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who that is.
That's quite the shopping list. Rafe's a nice guy. I enjoy talking to him.
The way he talks in the chat, he sounds like a cynical piece of POS.
Is he trying to become a vendor or something like that? Because like what you named
I have
off
no idea.
were some pretty decent ticket items.
I haven't heard him mention anything about wanting to vend.
I swear, if I go there and he's like, "Oh, I want to get this all off of you for 80%." If it's cash, sure. If it's trade, yeah, kiss my butt. I'll 100% sell a bunch of cards for 80% cash market value.
Yeah, if it's for cash, I think I'd definitely be willing to do that in most cases. But I mean, if he's trying to vend and he wants to get it for 80%, that he's not going to make a good profit on that. Just speaking as a vendor, that's
Well, I don't know what he's trying to do yet. I'll find out. I'll let you guys know what's up.
So we got a Fossil Dragon Skullgar. We got the Dragon Buster Destruction Sword. So
I just realized something pretty stupid.
What's that?
In Adamantipator fossils, you can use what is it? Doki Doki to discard Weathering Soldier and summon any of the Kawaki Meru cards.
Yeah.
That's pretty. And then I run Ties of the Brethren, so then I can do that as well.
Oh, nice. So we got an invocation, guys. And a cross shape. Cross shape, 4-mode skipper, and invocation in the same pack. That is a really, really pretty pack.
Pog.
Yeah. Alright,
it sucks that Block Dragon's probably going to get banned, but it makes sense.
Honestly, I don't even know if they're going to ban anything until we've got a YCS that actually runs.
Yeah. Oh, FTK is going to die as soon as the official tournament happens.
Yep, I agree, Liam. And hi, everyone. I can stop in for a couple minutes.
Hey, Fritz, what's up?
Hello.
What's up, man?
All right, we got 2 more packs for this box. So wish me luck, guys.
So how far in are you, Bobby?
We are...
4 cases, correct?
So we're doing 4 cases for the entire stream, so that's yesterday and today. And we've gone through the first 2 cases first day, and so we're tackling the second 2 cases today. And once I finish these last 2 packs right here, we are halfway through the first case. So
very cool. And I did
you
see
have 4 cases, right?
1,000.
Liam, we got the card you want. Oh, it's so pretty.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that. We got the number 3. We got the Malefic. I know some of you guys are going to be disappearing from voice chat here in a bit, but are you going to be able to swing by later?
Possibly. I might be able to just swing by at Res. While I'm at Res, just in the voice chat.
Okay. No, that would be fun. You got the,
I'm probably...
What were you saying, Fritz?
Oh, I was going to say, I can only stop by for a bit. I had to go pick up my cat from the vet and then drive a friend somewhere. So if you're still on tonight, I will be on.
So we're, yesterday we went for 5.5 hours. So, yeah, we'll probably be going a good long while. Let's see.
Yep.
How long are we at right now? I can't actually see it from my window. I don't know if you guys can.
I am in my car on the phone, so I cannot see you there.
I gotcha.
Get off your phone, Fritz. You're gonna get in trouble.
I am waiting for my friend to come out of his apartment. There's no driving going on.
All right, so guys, we are halfway through our first case. About to crack into this new one. Anybody new to the stream, make sure that you check out the description down below so that you know how to enter the contest, all the contest rules. Make sure that you do the Gleam. That's how we get your information to contact you if you win. And comment, like, subscribe to qualify. All of those steps are important. Invite your friends if you haven't done so already. That way we can actually get some prize support. We got to get enough subscribers to actually afford to give some stuff out. Corvus is asking in chat if I've drawn every card in the set except the Starlight Utopia. And yes, we have. We actually hit that mark about halfway through the stream yesterday. The last card we were waiting on was the Chaos Emperor Dragon, which has been really hard to pull. Alright, so we got a Fossil Warrior Skull King. Alright, Fritz, thanks for stopping in. Hopefully I'll see you later, okay?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, so here we go. Getting in here. Let's. We're halfway through, and we have only seen 2 invocations and 2 miracle ruptures and 1 chaos emperor. So hopefully we're going to get another chaos emperor in this case, and hopefully we'll get a utopia. So we still have not seen that. Danger Jackalope. We've got some Appliancer, Salmon Great, and Invoked. Good reprints. So this one's a nice reprint pack. So what time are you guys going to the game store?
From anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes. It really depends whenever I want to leave.
All right. It's a pretty open window right there. We got
I
some
could actually
Nimrod
leave
stuff
right
here.
now. Because I am meeting someone around 5 or 6 there, so yeah.
You know it's
I probably am gonna hop
5:42,
off.
right?
Yeah. It takes us like 10 minutes to get there.
All right. You said you're gonna hop off.
Yeah, I'll probably hop back on when I get to res.
All right. Cool. We'll look forward to it.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. All right. Let's see what we got here. Oh, Withering Soldier. So, speaking of the Adamantipator stuff, we got the new Withering Soldier rock print. Black Whirlwind, Topologic Zeroboros, and the other Koiki on the set, the Koiki Meru Draco. Alright, and we got the Glacial Beast Blizzard Wolf, Necros Gunganeer, Super All-In, Appliancer, Vaculiphant, and Galaxy Worm. Gonna take just a second. We're gonna get some music going here again. Alright, so we got the Powered Crawler. We've got some invoked stuff, the Purgatory and Elysium. Chimera Chimera Tech Mega Fleet. Got the Goyo, we got the Artifact Sanctum, we got the number 2. Alright. Oh, I got excited for a second. We got the number F0 Utopic Future Slash in here. We got some Elemental Hero Chaos Neos, Appliancer Socket Roll, Appliancer Test, and Fireflint Lady. One of the cards I'm most excited about in this set. Oh, sweet. So we got a Numeron Network. This is, we've been getting quite a few of these. It's definitely not one of the short prints, but it does seem a little harder to get than some of the secrets, and it's definitely a good card. It's part of that new Numeron support. Psychic Wave, Invoked Raijin, Appliancer, Southpuss, and we got a Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion, so we got some money in this pack. This is a nice one. We got the Fossil Warrior Skullbone, Malefic Paradigm Dragon, Junk Anchor, and Secure Gardena from this pack. Nice, nice. So we got the Numeron Calling. So following up with that Numeron Network we just got. That one was the Field Spell, and this is the card that lets you search that out. If Numeron Network is in your field zone and you control no monsters, special summon up to 4 Numeron Gate Xyz monsters. with different names from your extra deck, but banish them during the end phase. Also, you can only normal or special summon once for the rest of the turn. So for those of you that don't know the combo, you get the Numeron network on the field, and then it searches out this Numeron calling, and then you summon out all of your Numeron Xyz monsters, like this number 1 Numeron gate that we just drew. And you use that to go into your Zexal. So Fossil Warrior Skull King. Afterglow, we got Boost Warrior. Nice little pulling on that one. Oh, sweet, guys, we got a Chaos Emperor, the Dragon of Armageddon. Finally got another one, so that makes us 2 for the case. So far we've got 2 of the Miracle Rupture, 2 of the Invocation, 2 of the Chaos. So those are our short prints, and so we've made our 2 for each in the case. Hopefully we can get a few more going. And then we've also got a number 4 Numeron gate in here and a 4-mode skipper, so that's that is a money pack. That is really nice stuff. Hey Michael, are you talking? It shows sound on Discord, but I can't hear you. Let's see here.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids.
Alright, we'll see if he comes back here in a second. Alright, so we got the Dark Spell Regeneration, we've got the Obedience Schooled, and let's see, Appliancer, Copy Vocal, Invoked Caligula, and Numeron Wall. So, got some new stuff in here. We got the Invoked Caligula.
I was just chilling. I guess my Discord trips out every now and then, so hopefully you can hear this.
Yeah, I can hear you now. You still with the video?
Say what?
You still with the video?
Yeah.
Alright, nothing too special in that pack. Loving the penguin support.
Just waiting to see that starlight come up.
Oh, I'm hoping. Fingers crossed, give me something good. Let's see some Utopia. Well, we got the Judgment, the Dragon of Heaven. That one's pretty nice, one of the jump promos. Not quite a Utopia, but... Oh, and all the Appliancers. Alright, so... we got some nice prints in here. The, Fossil Dragon is nice. We got the Salamangreat, Gazelle, and a Zeraboros, and then we got that Goyo with the errata. Decent pulls on this one, nothing too great. Kind of liking that Penguin Torpedo. Really like that card. It's got some cute art on it, and I'm looking forward to the Penguin Synchro that we get coming here soon. Alright, so we got a Chimeratech Mega Fleet Dragon here. We've got Necros of Gunganir, Ra's Disciple, and a Dryer Drake, one of the new Appliancers. Oh, nice, nice. So we got a Miracle Rupture. That makes 3 for this case. Pretty nice, as well as a Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf. We got our Shaman and Steam Synchron, as well as some Black Wing. So, Michael, are you familiar with the psychic strategies?
Like Teledad format, or just like other stuff?
Just kind of in general, like the Esperoba kind of deck stuff.
Oh, the Jinzo, whatchamacallit?
Yeah, exactly. Looking forward to some of the stuff they're going to have in the Raw, Rage of Raw.
Yeah.
Because that's going to also have the Esperoba support, which I'm thinking is why we're getting the Psychic Wave reprint in here.
Yeah, I don't think they really use that Psychic Blade type of thing, but I will say it's like Jinzo, I think it's always going to be screw trap cards.
Yeah, for sure. Only thing is, I like the fact that they're doing the Esperoba stuff, and Jinzo is such a classic card. I feel like it's got some collector appeal, but I'm not sure how much use it's going to have in meta, at least until they get to a point where traps are slowed down, or the game state's slowed down enough to allow for the traps. Because that's been a big shift in Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta for a while now. There's the absolute speed of the game. Pretty nice here. Alright guys, so we are moving on to our next box while we get this open for you. Make sure if you're new to the stream, check out the description down below to see the contest rules. Make sure that you comment, like, and subscribe so that you qualify for the contest and enter in the Gleam. That is how we actually get your contact information and make sure that we can get you the prizes if you win. And invite your friends because we've got to get those subscription numbers to get the contest live. And if we can get the subscribers, we are going to have some nice prizes. We have opened the 10,000 Dragon, so that bad boy is up for the prize pool. So yeah, let's get into this new box. Yeah, but talking about the Rage of Raw, have you seen any cards from it yet?
I saw it a while back, but just like every Legendary Duelist set, I've really been turned off just because in just about every Legendary Duelist set, they make the chase card really shorted and hard to get, i.e. the Dusted Gold and Malicious Bane here. Over in Europe, they're a lot better with their boxes. So
yeah. I mean, in my experience with the Legendary Duelist opening large quantities, I've usually gotten playsets of the entire set in less than a case, which is rare for most sets. So, I mean, it's a lot of the rarity, I think, in the cards is the amount of quantity actually opened. They just don't sell as much of it, and so a lot of it doesn't get opened, and then the prices end up skyrocketing on them.
But I mean, this next Legendary Duelist set I know is really directed towards the nostalgic, fan base or whatnot. I think it's like the Raw set, the Jinzo, and like I can't remember the third archetype that was getting support.
Yeah, I'm forgetting what it is as well, and I actually looked this up yesterday, so I should really know this, but let's let's actually pull this up. I'm going to open up a distributor screen here and in stream. Let's switch this over. So this is Southern Hobby and Supply. So we're going to go over to their Yu-Gi-Oh selection.
Mech Lords.
Mech Lords, okay. So let's actually pull it up since we're already here. So dive deep into the decks of Duelists shrouded in darkness with the next chapter in the legendary Duelist series. Yugi's final foe in the Battle City Tournament was none other than Merrick Ishar, leader of the Rare Hunters and master of the Winged Dragon of Ra. So talking about going back to the really the nostalgia factor, we're going way back to the original series. Merrick's advanced tactics using the Winged Dragon of Ra were previously impossible to replicate, but 7 new cards in this set are poised to make the impossible possible, but why stop at just upgrading your deck strategy? This new legendary duelist set includes an extra special version of the Winged Dragon of Ra like you've never seen before. So what I've heard from the Japanese print, there was a Ghost Rare Ra. Not sure if that's what we're going to be getting here in TCG, but that would be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Definitely would be a cool card to see.
It got like a it doesn't look like the it looks like the Starlight Rare, but it's called like a 20th anniversary rare over there. It has a stamp like the same design as the 10,000 on the 10,000 Dragon.
Yeah. Oh, for the Raw that you saw?
Yeah, it was a that was in the Duelist Pack set, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I know that all the other legendary duelists, they had like a Ghost Rare card. And Konami didn't do that here, of course, for the US. I know that in the OCG there was a Ghost Rare Chaos Max, and Ghost Rare Raigeki, Ghost Rare Red Eyes. So, I mean, I wish that they'd done that here. You know, that would have been
really nice. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see. Technically, the 10,000 Dragon is classified as a 20th rare from my understanding because it has the red lettering as well as the Starlight print, but the only difference between the two is that one says 20th anniversary on the engraving on the bottom, and the watermark on this is 10,000. So it'd be nice to see something like that for a Raw as well. That would be pretty. Yeah, so let's finish reading this up. Additionally, you can find 7 new cards for Aporia's Mech Lord strategy from the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, and 7 new cards from Esperova's Battle City Psychic strategy, featuring the Bane of Trap cards everywhere, Jinzo. Rounding out the set, you'll be able to get important cards necessary for building these 3 decks, as well as other famous cards used by these duelists on the TV show. So,
God, they put so much effort into like these like descriptions sometimes that like they could do that with like the set sometimes. Not to rag on Konami.
I mean, it is their press release. They do have somebody working in press actually writing that stuff up for them. But yeah, it's they really hype it up, and then you really never know what you're actually getting until you start seeing leaks from the set, though.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this one ends up being successful, just off the basis of like nostalgia or whatnot. I know that they're cashing in on that right now, and you know, Jinzo and the Winged Dragon of Ra. Such a broken combo in the anime, you know, dumping Raw and then Monster reporting it.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen that season. I guess I need to go back and watch it at some point. Um, but yeah, no, I remember those were some pretty epic duels with the god cards.
Yeah. I'm honestly a 5Ds guy too and through, honestly, just because everything was a perfect storm for that series. Like the series took a darker turn. It was more serious. The sets, like I really loved synchros. Like they had a special place in my heart. And I mean, just the characters in the series itself was great too.
Yeah, I didn't actually watch 5Ds when it came out. I started the series, but that was when I was in college, and I just genuinely didn't have time to keep up with it. Um, I don't even remember if I had a TV in my dorm room. Now that I'm thinking about it, but yeah, it just a lot of that stuff kind of slipped away from me while I was in college, and I wasn't able to really get back into it until after college. But I did recently do the new Link Evolution Dual Links video game, or not Dual Links. It's the Link Evolution, the one for the Switch.
Yeah.
And that one actually like goes through the stories, and so I got to like review some of them, and they're nice stories. I enjoyed them. So
Yeah, I hope that they can do some more stuff for 5Ds just because I don't know, the Legendary Collection from the 5Ds era is such a stacked one, and I don't know, it's been swept under the rug quite a bit in terms of recognition. Um, yeah,
the I'm trying to remember if that was Legendary Collection 2.
uh, I think that was the third one.
Or no, it was actually called Legendary Collection
Yeah, it was called
5Ds. It was called 5Ds. That's what it was. No, I actually found some Legendary Collection 1 and Legendary Collection 2 at Target not too long ago. So who knows? They might actually have some 5Ds sleeping in a stockroom somewhere that's going to get put back out on the market.
But I mean, those were like a rewave. I've never seen 5Ds get a rewave at all.
Yeah.
It only had its first ed printing, and that was really about it. I know that LC2, the GX one, and the first Legendary Collection too, both of those had binders for their first original run.
Mm-hmm.
So this Game Board edition was the second coming, and that's what I've been seeing.
Right. Yeah. The ones that I saw were the Game Board editions, and they so they had the and they had first edition run as well as a unlimited run in the Game Board edition, if I'm not mistaken. But it's the same cards from both of those sets.
The packs have always been unlimited. I just imagine how broken it would be if the packs were first ed for $30.
Oh yeah, for sure. The
But
so the packs for the binder and for the boxes were first or were for unlimited.
yeah, they were all unlimited. But the binder had the original Yu-Gi-Oh logo on the packs, I believe, and then the second wave from there on had the new Yu-Gi-Oh logo. Um, so I mean, there's I guess a difference, if any, between those.
Right.
And
So for the sealed product.
And I know in the binder edition, each of the promos were in their own slot, along with the packs, as opposed to the game board edition, all the promos are, in just a single
A single sealed,
promo
pack.
pack.
Yeah, they've done a few re-waves of some of the really early stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
There were actually 2 waves of Legend of Blue Eyes First Edition. And then they had the Unlimited set. And then they had a re-wave of the Unlimited, and that one was had the EN, or the language code, printed in the set number. So the first 3 waves were just like LOB-number, and then the 4th printing was standardized with the EN in it. And they did the same thing with the first 3 sets. And they changed the magic ruler to spell ruler. So they've got the I can't remember if there's an EN spell ruler as well as a non-EN spell ruler. I know that the spell ruler did have EN in it at some point, but all of the magic ruler, the MRLs, were all predated the language code.
I imagine it might. It's not information that I have like instant accessibility to, but I imagine that it did at some point, maybe. I know that with Target right now, they've been doing like these legendary pack blisters, which I find kind of interesting. They've especially Walmart and Target, they've been cashing in on the nostalgia train or whatnot. So so it's harder to find these sealed like game board editions, just because a lot of these like big box stores, they bust them open and then just throw them inside repack products and stuff like that.
Actually, if anybody in chat knows otherwise, feel free to comment. But this is my understanding for Target and for Walmart. They actually get their supplies from Tolentrode. And Tolentrode is the company that does the repackaging.
Really?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Because I've seen a few of their like repack blisters.
Oh, sweet! We just got a Chaos Emperor, a Dragon of Armageddon. So that's our third one for the case. So that is nice.
That is well above average as well. Nice. But I read that with their repacks and stuff like that, their mystery boxes, they actually have like the people that they get their stuff distributed from on some of the products, and I've seen MJ Holdings and Excel Marketing really take hold of those 2 stores.
Oh, really? Yeah, so that might be old information, or it might have been misinformation, because I can't really remember where I heard that from. But either way, my understanding is that, like you said, it's outside distributors that are doing the repackaging.
But yeah, I've seen like this like Target especially do like legendary like pack like package, and I've seen some places, I've had a couple friends tell me that they're selling like those old legendary collection packs for like $4 a piece.
That's not bad. Yeah, there's some really good cards in those packs too.
But yeah, I noticed it when I was with Troy that one day, and he said that we got a shipment of old packs in, and they came from blisters, which I automatically had like an alarm to because they were the legendary, collection repacks. So
Mhm.
I only realized when he said blisters that yeah, the dude got 'em from Target. And this I didn't know, but apparently he's willing to buy sealed product as long as he's willing to make a profit on it.
Yeah.
So I imagine that the people who sold him those packs probably profited like double because I mean, if they're about $4, like $3.99 mark,
Hmm.
and Troy was selling IOC and spell rulers for 10 a pop, and LOB for 14.99 a pop. So I mean, that's easy. That's easy eating right there.
Yeah, that's pretty good profit on those. Um, I mean, when you take into oh, nice, nice. We got another miracle rupture, so we are going above our expectations on some of these short prints. But yeah, now I forgot what I was about to say. Anyways,
Yeah. Have you ever sold sealed product to Troy himself?
oh, that's what I was going to say. I have not actually sold sealed products to him before, but sealed product is one of the best ways to actually turn profit in this game. As much as I love opening these packs and selling the individual cards, the sealed product has a higher profit margin than the open. And then, like switching gears, kind of back to the legendary duelist we were talking about, like the Rise of Raw. I fully expect that set is going to be more expensive sealed in the long run than it will be immediately from opening it, just because historically, looking at the legendary duelist, it's a collector's product. It's targeted, like you said, to that nostalgia market, and the nostalgia market is the place where all the collectors are. That's those are the people that grew up on the series, maybe don't play it, but like having the displays and things like that, they've got the money to blow on that stuff. And so those kinds of products over time just skyrocket. And then there's usually one or two just really great meta cards in there that are necessary if you want to play certain decks. And they're hard to get because not a lot of the product was open, and because they don't print as much of the product, and those cards are usually short printed as well. So I mean, like, just look at the Magician card, or look at the Legendary Collection 3, that's the Blue Eyes
The Dark Magician Girl?
roulettes. No, not the Dark Magician Girl. I actually have one sitting here. Let me actually grab it because I can't think of the name.
I was gonna say, like, people who can't afford the MFCs, they've flocked over to Legendary Collection Yugi's World, and they've actually just decimated the market
Oh,
on the
Magician
secret
Soul.
rare.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. For because of spirals.
You're saying that what happened?
So I mean, there are people who couldn't afford the MFC, so a lot of people decided to flock over to Legendary Collection Yugi's World and
Mm-hmm.
decimate the market on the secret rare printings of DMG over there.
Yeah, yeah, and that's just one reason. Like, those products over time become so valuable because the reprints in them. A lot of those cards are already rare in the first place, and then you've got cards that never see any other printing from those sets, or if they get reprinted, it's years later. And so those products just go up over time.
Yeah, I mean, like with the market in the past couple years, it's definitely been frustrating trying to pick up a couple things just because one, the lack of opportunity, finding people who have the stuff and is willing to, work with you to, either trade slash sell it away. And I mean, two, given the stimulus checks, the economy, and also Magic and Pokemon players trying to make YGO be on its level in terms of great ability and value and stuff like that. It's really made things bad, for me as a collector. And I feel like collecting now is just it's just another word for hoarding. It seems more like
it gets to a certain point. I mean, my collection is just unwieldy. It's so large. We got a Numeron network here, so got a nice pull there. Galaxy Worm Appliancer, nothing too great from the rest of that pack. But yeah, no, I totally know what you mean. The one thing, though, if you look at some of the other markets, Magic is a really healthy market. You can make money with Magic, even opening it. But Pokemon, you cannot make a profit opening it. It's nearly impossible. The product prices are just completely saturated. It's easier to get the product because all you need is a business license to buy it from distributors, and so there's more competition in the market, and it's just really impossible to actually open it. The only way to make profit on it is to sell sealed product, and even then, some of the product is oh nice, we got a Numeron calling. Some of the product is just too cheap. If you look at some of the eBay prices for Pokemon products, like they've got a new booster box coming up, and I was considering buying it to sell.
Darkness Ablaze.
I don't remember if that's the new one. I think that's it. Yeah. That's the new one. But if you look at the booster box prices on eBay, it's like $89, but the MSRP for the product is like $130 or something. And buying it from a distributor, it costs $81 unless you're buying massive amounts. And even then, after you pay for shipping, you're looking at like a $2 profit. But if you look at the processing fees, you're looking at negative money on your profit. And so basically the only way these people are capable of doing these prices is through some underhanded means.
They have probably pallets or stuff.
Yeah, product falling off the back of trucks, something like that. Because I mean, even getting the discounts from like pallet prices, you're looking at saving maybe saving like $20 a case, or like $50 a case. And so you're still looking at really, really low profits. And so I don't honestly know how some of those Pokemon vendors do it. It's a very cutthroat market.
One piece of advice that I've learned, I'm not really into Pokemon, but one thing that I've learned is that any set that has a high rarity Charizard, chase it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Charizards always go for berserk amounts.
And that's why I was mentioning like the name of the set, because there's a hyper rare VMAX Charizard in Darkness Ablaze.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, there was one in Burning Shadows, but that set was very weak itself, and the box price is like so cheap. So, I mean, Pokemon's very hit or miss right now, but like the old school Pokemon, like that's where really I think everyone flocks to in terms of Pokemon interests, and I don't blame them. But yeah, a lot of those people that have leftover money are trying to turn Yu-Gi-Oh into that right now, and I don't really know how to feel about it.
Yeah.
Just because it doesn't feel like natural. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. So I've just got the Pokemon listings pulled up from Southern Hobby Supply, and yeah. So the Darkness Ablaze, the SS3 Darkness Ablaze, is the upcoming product. That one's going to be coming out 8/14. They've got several products coming out that day, and that's another reason that these products are a little harder to sell, because I mean, look at how many versions of the exact same product they have. Just for the Darkness Ablaze, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different products. And then, and they typically do that with all their products, because they'll have like special editions and things like that, premium collections, booster packs, all sorts of stuff. They'll have the Elite Trainer boxes, binder displays, and so you have to find that like one product out of all of them that's actually going to make some money, or you have to target things like this Pokemon V Powers tin, which has an Eevee promo and a Pikachu promo in it, because those aren't like major sets that get like 10 different printings at the exact same time. So it's really difficult to actually what you can make money on with the Pokemon cards.
I will say, every year they always have a holiday set. So, i.e., Generations, Hidden Fates. I think this year's version is Champion's Path.
Mm-hmm.
Those always tend to age very, very well, especially like the trainer boxes.
Yeah.
But keeping in mind, like there are multiple products that have those packs in it. So yeah, definitely the influx of packs is crazy. But I imagine over time, like those big trainer boxes,
Oh
like
yeah.
the cases.
Mm-hmm. Some of them are really impressive. Like they had one recently with it was actually a set that was very, very monetarily viable, and it had a statue with a Rayquaza in it, and they had like several different versions, but I think this was the most expensive one. But I mean, holding on to a product like that, that's where you get your longevity money from, because those are just honestly really cool pieces of merchandise. Nice.
And
We got another Numeron calling here.
hey, round of applause. Hey.
Yeah, nothing too much else in that box though. Nothing too exciting.
But Hidden Fates had like a shiny Charizard full art. So that was really the chase why people were running around for it. To pull it. I remember that there was some like huge craze for a while where like a BGS 10 freaking Charizard sold for like 12, 15,000, and then like, oh, people started getting their hands on it, and like the price like just dropped way down to like a couple grand, which is still insane.
It's still insane for any card, but yeah, 12,000 is ridiculous.
They were trying to push it to the point where like, hey, it's one of those shadowless cards or like the base set cards.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even most of the base set cards don't go for that unless it's like a gem mint.
Like, I mean, with like the high end stuff, like Pokemon and Magic's on some stuff, and that's what I fear about Yu-Gi-Oh. I
That
don't want
it'll
it to be
eventually get there. Well, I mean, if you look at those games, Magic's the oldest of them, and it's got the most expensive cards in it. When you look at like prices on Black Lotus for like gem mints and stuff, it's absolutely ridiculous. And Pokemon is the next oldest, and then Yu-Gi-Oh is not far behind Pokemon. I think it's been in the States 3 or 4 years longer. So I think just about 4, maybe right under it. So I think looking at historically the way these card games price, we might start seeing those kinds of prices in the next 5 years or so, just because the age of some of the product, and you also have to consider the people that grew up with these products. I'll be getting close to 40 by the time we hit that kind of like anniversary that you've got going for like Pokemon. And I knew older players than me. So you look at these players, they get their lives together by that point, and they can just start throwing more and more money at the collector's market. And ultimately, that's what drives those prices, the amount of money available to buy them.
Like, I have a couple grand of my own saved up right now, like in cash, and like even at this point, I'm thinking like whether or not I should actually just, pick up my copies, right now, even though prices are just really bad from the stimulus checks. Like they doubled, like in between, just the past few months alone. And I've been going really back and forth about it just because it's a massive purchase,
Yeah, it's definitely a big expense. I don't know.
Frozen Stardust, particularly.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like a stimulus in the cards as well. It was kind of a perfect storm. And I've heard some other market analysts talking about this as well, and kind of just piecing all of it together. It's been a few different things that have led to these price rises. First off, the introduction of Starlights into the game. The new rarity of those cards, the difficulty to get some of them, because, I mean, essentially when you look at it, you get a Starlight like 1 every 2 boxes, and this is the last pack of this box, by the way. We got 2 more left in this case. But when you look at products like that, and now I'm kind of lost my train of thought. Yeah, so when you look at like Starlights, it's 1 every 2 pack, but if you think along the lines of every Starlight's printed in the same equality, and there's 5 of them in a set, you're likely going to have to go through 10 cases to guarantee any particular Starlight, and that's still not even a guarantee that they're all printed at exactly the same rarity. And in fact, I think from what we've seen, the chase cards, like the secret Starlights versus the rare Starlights, do in fact tend to be harder to pull. So looking at like a lightning storm versus like a dragon maid, which are secrets from different rarities. Well, actually, those weren't from secret rarities, but that set had the not imperm, but the hand trap. Oh, what's his name? You know what I'm talking about, right? The it got the secret rare treatment and eternity code. It was for Starlight.
Oh, the little girl, Ghost Mourner.
No. It was the major chase card, like $1,500. The Starlight rare. That's been in the game for years, and I'm just drawing my blank on its name.
Valor.
Valor, yes, thank you. You look at like Valor. Apparently, is the hardest one to pull. And so it's the most expensive because, I mean, when you look in terms of like actual usability, there were some other usable Starlights. The Dragon Maid is actually really usable in certain like dragon combos. And so when you take into account that some of them are rarer than others, you could go as many as 20 cases and not see one of those cards. That's pretty insane. But when you get cards that rare and then it starts spiking up in the market, people realize, oh, people are willing to spend this much money on a card. I can actually make money on some of these other really rare cards and hike up the price on them, and people will be willing to pay it. And then the perfect storm that I was talking about, you get that coupled with the fact that we have the stimulus checks going on. People are just spending their extra money. And then you also have this thing where the vendors themselves are trying to stay afloat. And so what they're doing is buying out vendors for these products, and then another vendor buys them out, and then another vendor buys them out, and the price on these products just continues to go up. And so it really, when you look at this quarantine, it was a perfect storm. So let's see, we've got Mad Wizard in chat. Let's see, considering Astral Utopia is designed for enjoyment rather than card strength or rarity, do you feel many people will just go for the identical Japanese version and the TCG print could lose value? If the card is identical, it's just really hard for me to see many people shelling out $500 plus when there's a $40 option that looks identical. It's not like the normal OCG cards, which can't be read. The OCG and TCG look identical. It just seems like a unique situation. So actually, Mad Wizard, I had actually thought about that before because they are identical at face value, but one of the big things is that the back of the card will be different. So anybody that does actually want it for the potential use in a deck as a braggadocio kind of situation, they have to use the TCG version. Otherwise, if they get a deck check in the tournament, they could get disqualified because the back is not the same as the TCG cards. That being said, the Japanese market has always been a good place for people to get just cards that they stick in binders because they look cool, or they have rarities that we don't, or the rarity they want is cheaper. And in that instance, I think that a lot of people will just buy the OCG to put them in binders. But I think the real collectors, the people willing to shell out $500 or $1,000 for a card, they're still going to buy the TCG version, and especially the pro players that may eventually want it for a deck, because it is legal for tournament play. Konami has just has put out a statement that it's treated like any other foreign language card. You just have to have your region's translation available for the tournament and for the judge. So it is actually a tournament legal card. So I think when you take into consideration people that may actually want to play it at some point, and you take in account the major collectors that aren't just buying it to stick into a binder and look cool at locals, but rather actually have it as a collector's piece, I think that it's actually going to go up over the $500 mark. I think this initial fallout is just people buying it, but the more of this is opened, the more people are going to realize just how rare it is, because from everything that I've been seeing over the last couple of days, that 10,000 dragon is actually more common than the number 39 Utopia. And the rarity of that Utopia is really what's going to drive its price up, just in the collector's market alone. And then you look at the hardcore players that are going to want it for decks, and they will be willing to pay that premium so that it's legal. Do you have anything to add to that, Michael?
No, not really. I mean, from what you said, I checking out the comment, just really read. Old boy said actually, but yeah, I have a little bit of like hope for some of the stuff going down, but like a little bit of frustration that I've missed out on quite a bit. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I entirely do. I feel like, honestly, if you're buying singles on this set, the next 5 or 6 days is going to be the critical point that you want to watch these prices, because I think in the next 5 days they're going to hit their lowest point, and then I think that they're probably going to start going back up, a lot of them, because a lot of them are going to be used once we get Rise the Duelist here in 2 weeks, and we're going to have pre-sales in a week on that stuff. So anybody that wants to take these new cards into a pre-sale tournament, or open some of these pre-sales and start playing with cards early, they're going to go ahead and start buying this stuff out. So I think the next maybe 5 days is really going to be the low point on this, and then I think we'll see some of it just continue to tank down into the cents. And but the stuff that people actually want or need for any meta competition is going to continue to rise after that.
I mean, it's kind of scary to think about a lot of these cards, especially like, you know, the collectability aspects, especially like that sector, is really just one buyout away, and someone just caving into the pressure to buy it from those prices sticking, and that's what I find scary.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's honestly always the case. You look at cards like that. I mean, I held on to my Lightning Storms, my Starlights, for a really long time, because when I saw, 200, 300, while that's great for the customer, as a seller, that hurt, because when I saw those Starlights, I was looking at, these cards are selling for 1,200 when you look at some of the other sets, and those are one-ofs in a deck, and we just got a Numeron Calling. And this is a 3-of in a deck, and almost everyone actually plays this in their extra deck or in their main deck now. So I left mine at a high price, and eventually they sold, and that's kind of the thing. As the market dries up over time, somebody will eventually buy the expensive copy because it's going to be all they can find. And then
Yeah,
shortly
FOMO
after
is real.
mine sold, the entire market on Lightning Storm was bought out, and now the price is just sticking way up there. Because, like I said, it's a usable card. People that are playing it play 3 of, and it's in almost every deck. So all those pro players that were like, I don't know how long this is going to stick around, you know, now it's like, well, this is going to be here for a while, so I should definitely just get my playset. And so it's drying up over time, and that's what keeps those prices up.
FOMO's definitely real. Just fear of missing out. That's just basic psychology.
Yeah, the FOMO. This is a nice pack. We got the Cross Sheep, we got the Madolce, and a number 1. Last pack of this box. Come on, good stuff. We've got 1 more box for this case, and we still haven't gotten anything like a Starlight. So let's wish some luck here. Alright, so we got the high rate draw. We still got another box that we can hopefully get something really good on from this one, from this particular case. So while I open up this box, make sure that you're inviting your friends. We got to get that subscriber mark to get this contest kicked off. Comment, like, and subscribe so that you qualify. And if you're entering the contest, make sure that you fill out the Gleam. That's the way that we collect your contact information in order to let you know that you've won something and get that prize to you as fast as possible. Otherwise, we will have no way of selecting your name. So yeah, Mad Wizard, I swear every time I see you pull in S39 for just a second, I can't help but think you just pulled the Astral. Trust me, I have been thinking that every single time. I have had my heart stop 30 or 40 times in the last 2 days just because I see that card, and it's never the one that I want it to be. It's still not a bad pull. I can't be disappointed by it, but there's always, every time I see it, there's that disappointment that, oh, I thought it was an Astral and it's not. But, you know, it is what it is. Alright, so we started off this box with the Dark Darm. That's a good way to start the box. Not disappointed. Actually, this is a pretty decent pack. We've got the Salaman, Great Sunlight Wolf, and the number 3 Numeron Gate Trini in here. So now, before we get too deep in this box, I'm going to get the music back on. Seems to like stopping on me for some reason. Let's change up the genre a bit. Alright, so let's get in here and get this going. Darkness Metal, so we got the Dark Arm and the Darkness Metal, so some of those Shun and Jump promos. Starting off nice with the this box, we got the Buster Dragon Destruction Sword, so that one's really nice, as well as a Numeron Wall. Alright, so we got the Weathering Soldier here, so I really don't know if this is going to be doing much, but I am hearing some Adamantipator talk for it, so Book of Moon, Talk the Logic, Zeroboros. Oh, nice, nice. So far, this has been a really nice box. So we got the Numeron Network in here as well. Such a pretty card. I wish I could show it better on camera. The rest of this pack's kind of a washout, but that is a nice card for the pack, so definitely a money pack there. Alright, so we got Fossil Warrior Skullbone. And Invoked Caligula, nice one in there. We got the card I know that you want, that Black Whirlwind. Alright, not a bad pack. Got the Sunlight Wolf. Definitely a good pull with that specimen inspection. Actually, let's see what that price is sitting at right now. I think it's actually gone down since yesterday a lot of...
For which one?
For the in specimen inspection. So let's see. That is no longer on the first page, so it's actually dropped. What'd you say? Not seeing it on the second page. Oh wow, so yeah, this one's dropped a lot. It's sitting at 33 cents now. That's one that I would probably say go ahead and grab your copies right now if you haven't gotten them, because it's going to be an essential piece of fossils and might get used in that Adamantipator strategy as well. That is definitely the price to pick them up for. Alright, so Glacial Beast, Salamander, Great Gazelle, Numeron Wall. That's pretty nice pulls there. So chat, does anyone know a reason for the glacial reprints other than to make sure that that penguin isn't lonely? Speak of the devil, the penguin's right here. Let's see.
Found the name for the 10K dragon, the rarity name, ECG player to be dope. I think it was called the 10K secret rare, which is interesting.
10K secret, really?
Yeah.
I would. Oh, and so we actually just got a comment from Corvus. Trishula and Numeron Network seem to be going up again, which is kind of what I was predicting. Some of these cards dropped so fast that I really only saw them going up, and we actually just pulled that Trishula, Dragon of Icy Imprisonment, which is honestly a really pretty card, and those, let's see, the cards are cool. What do you mean there, Mad Wizard? But yeah, the Trishula, all of the Shonen Jump cards really needed to get some reprints. From what I've seen, a lot of people started jumping off of those Shonen Jump subscriptions when they announced the cards weren't coming anymore. So, oh, and we got another one of the Shonens. We got the Darkness Metal. So we're actually getting quite a few of these Shonen promos in this box.
I bet they lost hella revenue from that.
Oh, I was honestly really shocked. Obviously, it was Konami's call, not Shonen Jump's call, because Shonen Jump was making tons of subscription revenue off of that. There were vendors out there with 200 subscriptions just to get those cards.
Yeah, that's probably the reason why.
The reason that, yeah, I think that's the reason that Konami stopped it, because the cards weren't at the rarity they actually wanted them to be at any longer, and vendors were abusing it. But yeah, Mad Wizard, you said the Glacier reprints. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty cool. The Glaciers were never really my archetype of choice, though, but the Penguin, I'm looking forward to that Penguin support, and getting the Glacier Penguin is definitely a no-brainer, because it's the only Penguin tuner, and we're getting that Synchro coming here really soon. So just to whet people's palates, that's definitely a market decision on Konami's end. And we got another one. It was a pun. Yes, yes. I actually didn't get that at first, but yes, you got a good one there. Invoked Purgatorio, Artifact Sanctum, and got that Goyo Defender and Appliancer Breaker Bunkle. Yeah, so I actually am really surprised that they listed that as a 10k secret for the 10,000 dragon, because it really would make more sense to call it a 10k starlight, or even call it a 20th anniversary rare, or just a 10k rare.
I need to know everything. Who in the what in the where I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying.
Alright, we're about halfway through this box. Still haven't gotten any starlights from this one, so let's see what we get. More Shonen Jump. Getting a lot in that box. Invoked Raijin, not bad. And a Fire Flint Lady, so we got some good cards in that pack. Alright, so Fossil War, Skull King. And, oh, nice, nice. So we got a Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion, which is one of the better reprints in this set for sure. Alright, more Fossil Dragon. We got a number 1 Numeron Gate Ekam, Salaman Great Gazelle, Junk Anchor, and Secure Gardna. Actually, I think I'm getting less of the Numeron monsters in this case than I have from the other cases. They were basically free before, but not getting quite as many today. There's the Narwhal. Got some more of the Glacial Beast. This one is actually really cool. I love the artwork on this thing. It's got like basically a blue eyes white dragon with a narwhal horn on its hand. Nothing too exciting in that pack. Alright guys, so let's see. We've got 6 more packs from this first case. So I need you guys to cross your fingers. We need to get something good here. Alright, we're going to do the reveal. Alright, so we got a Numeron. We got an Afterglow. We got an Appliancer, Electrolyrical World. 4-mode Skipper. And, oh, that's a letdown. C92. Alright, Powered Crawler. Obedient School, the Appliancer Copy Vocal, Galaxy Worm, and alright, so the Invoked, I'm never mad when I see an Invoked card. Nice, nice. So we got a number C1 Numeron, Chaos Gate Sunya. Got a Black Whirlwind, Appliancer Reuse, Numeron Wall, and Book of Moon. And let's see what else we got here. Alright, so sticking with the trend of getting all of the Shonen Jumps in this case, we got the Judgment, the Dragon of Heaven. And a lot of Appliancer in this pack. We got the Secure Gardna reprint as well, which definitely looks better in this rarity. Alright, so we got the Artifact Ignition. I'm a little surprised there's not more hype on that. It's a really pretty printing. We got the Salamangreat Gazelle and Top Chuck Zero Boar, so got a couple nice pulls in that pack. And here it is, the last pack of the case. Let's do a slow reveal on this one. We gotta get something good. Come on. Alright, Heart of the Cards. Penguin Torpedo, alright. Goyo Guardian with its little Nerf reprint. Throwback with the Brotherhood of Fire Fist. Appliancer Kappa Scale. And Danger Jackalope. So nothing too great off that pack, but we are getting ready to go into our fourth case. If you haven't done so already, make sure you check out the contest description down below. It's got information for how to enter. It's going to also give you the link to the Gleam and all of the contest prizes. Make sure that you comment, like, and subscribe. We're going to go ahead and take a small break so that I can get these cleared off of my sorting tray and we can get into this next case. So without any further ado, we're going to go on break for a bit. Make sure you stick around because we still have an entire case left, and the contest is going to wrap up once we finish that portion of the stream.
Retrospect, I'm just thinking back to the time when it was all good, the golden era. Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Load that.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Reminisce, my past is my present, baby. Yeah, I make decisions to glow. Ridiculous flow, potential to glow. You know, I just do that. Consolidate my regions, line it up, put them together. Anyone that ever let me down, forget them forever. My memory's bad. Remember me, though? My memory's gone. My memory, it limits me home. No tree huggers, cause all the lumber's gone. Niggas knocking on wood. Pass through the hood when it's good and they chopping up wood. Breaking up stems, tilting my brim. With a limp like a pimp, though I'm shaped like a wimp. They put no fear in him, it's just me and the end of my timeline. Flow like a fine wine, smelling like fine pine. Yeah, is this the end or just the beginning? Am I losing or winning? Is this reality or am I pretending? I'm Cain and Abel, I murdered my brother cause I'm able. Murdered myself because my alter ego's so unstable. You get that? If you didn't, just sit back, then crack this six pack. I should be in the gym doing sit-ups, trying to get this six pack. But forget that, where the click at? Where the bras and the cash and the whips at? Put a bit back, with a bop, put a bit back. I just did that. Trying to focus on my get back, my get up, my re-up, my rematch. A patch of seeds and Apache debris passing through Indian Springs in Las Vegas, my G. Bumper Nirvana in Nevada. My favorite word is medulla oblongata. Just doing what I gotta. Is this the end or just the beginning? Am I losing or winning? Is this reality or am I pretending? That was poetry, huh?
All right, guys, we are back. We're getting ready to pop into this last case and get this stream wrapped up. So just wanted to show this to you before we get into the actual stream. This is what we have pulled so far. So we've almost got that 5K completely filled up. We've got one more row over here off camera. And then we'll be done. We've also got that beautiful boy right there, that 10,000 dragon. So let's get the stream going. And without further ado, let's dive into this last case. Alright guys, so just let me get this card sorter back up in camera and set down this 5K. It's a little bit heavy. Alright guys, so we've got this last case right here. Again, just showing off the sealed product. Make sure if you buy one of these, it's got that Konami tape on it and contents verified sticker. Just so you know, it hasn't been tampered with. That's how we make sure it is genuine Konami product. And here are what the booster boxes look like. Again, see that Konami printing on the saran wrap, the shrink wrap? That is in place as a security measure. Make sure that you are getting the genuine Konami product and that it actually hasn't been tampered with. Sometimes what vendors will do is open these things up and then weigh the packs. And they basically use the weight of the pack as a way to determine what hollows are in there. It doesn't work so well in a full hollow set like this because everything's going to weigh the same amount, but it works when you are comparing things like secret rares to a bunch of packs with like your super rares in it. So especially with main sets, it's important that you pay attention to that. And so we got Mad Wizard in chat calling 3 Astrals. I hope you're right, man. That would be awesome. 3 Astrals would definitely be the way to wrap up this stream. I would have no complaints with that. I don't think anybody watching would either. Alright, let's get some music up before we go in here and get this stream going. Let's crack this open here. I don't know if you can tell, but I've done this quite a lot. Really got my method down for how to open these things. Alright guys, let's get these out of the box. You know, I haven't really talked about it, but I really actually love the promotion art for this with the Shonen Jump dragons and then that beautiful Chaos Emperor right in the middle. This is some of the coolest packaging I think I've seen in a while. And then it's also got the other Shonen Jump dragons right there on the side. So those really pretty promos that we just did not get enough of. And then another cool thing, this is one of the sets that actually has more than one sleeve type. So we've got all 4 of the Shonen Jump promos as well as the Chaos Emperor right there. So that's another really cool, just little detail that kind of makes this a cool set because it's a little bit different than the other stuff. Alright, so this is a nice way to start it off. We got a Fossil Fusion in the first pull. And Artifact Sanctum is a nice reprint from this set, so that is a nice first pack. Alright, Artifact Ignition, not bad, not bad. And alright, we got the Invoked Purgatorio. So nice reprint right there. Let's see, I think we've got Michael back in the chat with us, right?
Yes, sir.
Alright, welcome back, welcome back. Alright, so Penguin Torpedo, we got a number 2 Numeron Gate, and an Invoked Raijin, so that is nice. I am happy with that pack. Not a lot of monetary value, but definitely some cool cards. Alright, so Glacial Penguin and Fire Plant Lady, so those are 2 nice cards in there. Definitely looking forward to the Penguin support. Getting that Penguin Synchro and that tuner is definitely a must. I hope it's more than a meme deck. They haven't announced any other support for it, but we'll see what happens with it. Alright, Dark Armed, the Dragon of Annihilation. Number 1 Numeron Gate Ekam. Salamandrake Gazelle. So we're getting some nice stuff so far. The Celtopus, and oh nice, nice, so we got the Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion. That is really nice.
Something that I want to say about Battles of Legend is that some of the cards age a little bit after it takes a while for their prices to go up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not really seeing that right now with battles, because I mean, with heroes, it really took a while for them to really jump to the 15 to 20 mark. I mean, even took like 6 to 8 months, and really with some of the stuff coming on right now, I feel that that's going to be accelerated like massively quick. Like the Penguin
for sure.
stuff. You saying that that's the only tuner? If it is, and they're not going to make any more tuners, then that's going to be
I mean,
more money.
Just as a meme deck, if nothing else, you know, the Penguins are cute, and a lot of people just really like them because historically they've just been releasing them over time in the game. And the thing is, like, if you look at this, let's backtrack just a little bit. If we look at this Glacial Beast Polar Penguin, it's not even technically in the Penguin archetype the same way that some of the others, like, that are just Soldier Penguin, and this other one that we pulled, the Penguin Torpedo, where it's just, you know, a Penguin card. This is actually a Glacial Beast Polar Penguin, so it's actually a Glacial Beast archetype. And so I'm actually wondering if maybe Glacial Beast is going to get some support, and that tuner is actually going to be important for getting out the new Penguin archetype in Glacial, which would be pretty cool. But one thing I will say, the Battles of Legend, at least this year around, is definitely geared to upcoming product and making it more accessible for the cards that they're about to release. Oh, nice. So we got a Numeron Network, one of the most expensive cards in the set. Definitely happy to see that. And definitely, it's the key piece of the Numeron strategy because it's the field spell needed to actually complete the entire combo. We've also got the Numeron number 4. But yeah, this set, I mean, you've got the Raw's Disciple in preparation for the upcoming Rage of Raw. You've got the Psychic Spell card for Esperoba in the same set. You've got that Penguin tuner and then the Glacial Beast to accompany it, which are good for the upcoming Esperoba support in the same set. You've got all this Numeron stuff, which is going to be insane support for Dragma coming up, and it's already just crazy in the Eldritch stuff. And so a lot of this set specifically is reprints and support for things that are already out, or that are coming up really soon, rather. So, I mean, we've got like Salaman Great Gazelle. This is a great reprint. Secure Gardna. Someone was telling me that this is actually used in a deck right now, but I can't remember what deck it is. But it definitely looks pretty in the ultra rare printing. But it might actually see some future sport play as well. So I actually want to show this on screen because this is kind of cool. Michael, the guy we've got in chat, actually just shared this. It's a new OCG rarity. Do you know what it's called?
Oh yeah, I posted it in the Discord. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, this. I just pulled it up on screen for everybody to see. It looks beautiful. It's got a. It looks like a rank 12, if I'm not mistaken. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yep.
That was one of the cards that was pretty broken, I'd say. Let me read it off for you.
All right.
So it has a Zodiac-like effect.
So what's it do?
12. It's Necologia Arceus, rank 12, 3k, 3k. Materials, 2 rank 12 monsters, once per turn. If an Xyz monster battled that turn, you can also Xyz summon Necologia's Arceus by using one Xyz monster you control as material, transfer its materials to this card. Number 1's a quick effect. You can detach 2 Xyz materials from this card, send all other cards from the field to the graveyard. So, I mean, slightly better. It's like JD and evenly matched, like, on a body. And 2, once per turn, if another card you control is destroyed by battle or by card effect, you can choose one card from your hand, deck, or extra deck, and attach it to this card as Xyz material. So this card is busted in trains.
Yeah, that is crazy. And actually, we just drew the Rawls Disciple. I don't know if you can see it in that little corner box with the camera. But also, we're looking at, cards like that coming up as train support. But also, that's God support, because the God monsters are all level 12s, and we've got all of that Rage of Ra support coming up.
Oh shoot, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, Obelisk was 10. Oh wow.
Yeah, so actually, I could be wrong on all of them. I'm pretty sure they're 12, but that was basically the basis for Jesse Cotton's OTK. If anybody dropped a raw spear mode on that deck, then he would go directly into raw and then use that to get out through some form of combo to get out the other god cards, and then he would use those as Xyz material to go into trains and basically just OTK through damage.
Okay.
And that was
trains are rank 10s.
Oh, all right. So I got that backwards. They do have some rank 12s in the train archetype, right?
No, I think Gustav Max, Lieb, maybe, but that one was a thing where, like, you overlay it with using another train monster. All I know is that, like, this card is just absolutely crazy, and a new rarity to boot. Like I said in the comments, like, OCG is hella spoiled for what they have down there, and, like, their game is, like, crazy different too, in terms of ban lists.
Oh yeah, the ban list makes such a big difference. I mean, just having something like Max C to mitigate combo decks is such a big difference. Did you happen to see the name of this rarity? Because it looks pretty.
I don't know what they called it. I didn't watch the stream either. Wish I spoke Japanese. It's a dope language. Yeah, I'm really not sure what it is. I guess we'll see about it sooner or later.
Yeah, so I can read a little bit of the Japanese on that text. It's the first word is sky. The katakana at the back looks like it's Azuna or Azusa, which I think that's what you said was the name. Oh, you just got a miracle rupture. So this is another thing. Like, this is just like support for emancipators. It's also for this fossil archetype that's coming out. We're probably going to see some more fossil stuff in the future. Dragon Buster right here.
I mean, Murphys are getting a new Xyz. I'm very happy about that. I don't know if I could get the cards to play them, you know, if they make them high rarity, but
Yeah.
like I love bunny rabbits, so
who doesn't love a bunny rabbit? Alright, so we got Glacial Beast, Iceberg Narwhal. Nothing too crazy in this set, but we did get the Invoked Caligula and the Salaman Great Sunlight Wolf, so that's pretty nice. If you do find out the name of that rarity, please let me know.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know how that card's being released?
Phantom Rage.
Oh, Phantom Rage. Okay, cool. So there might actually be a possibility that we're going to get that rarity.
Maybe. Although, it took years. It took like, what, 5-10 years for TCG to get the collector's rares over here. I mean, I'd say sure, you know, hold your breath a little, but
yeah,
like, I'm still not sure at this point.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is setting up the printing presses for the individual printing needs of new rarities. Just because they do it in Japan doesn't mean that they necessarily do it here. But I
just want to peep ghosts.
Want to what?
I just want to see ghosts come back, man.
Well, I'm gonna interrupt real quick. We are finished with that box, so we just did a first box on this new case. We're about to get ready on this second box real quick. If you are new to the stream, make sure that you check out the description below. Like, comment, and subscribe, and go to the Gleam link to make sure that you qualify for the contest. But without any more delay, let's go ahead and get into this new box real quick. So we got the C92 as our first card. We got the Firefront Lady in here. That's only other really remarkable card out of that pack. So Mad Wizard called 3 Astrals for this case, so we need to go ahead and get some luck going. Well, that's I'm not going to complain about that luck. That is a Numeron Calling right there. That is a really good card. I'm happy to see that. More Numeron in the pack. Salamangrate, Appliancer. Oh, and a Mecha Phantom Beast. This was a money pack. That is nice. Yeah, so going back to talking about like Phantom Rage, I'm getting confused. I'm forgetting which it is, if it's going to be Phantom Rage or Rise of the Duelist. One of them is getting a lot of OCG prints for the first time, and then the other one is getting a lot of TCG exclusives. And I think it's Phantom Rage that's supposed to get the TCG exclusives, if I'm not mistaken. You remember?
Yeah, it's one of the two. Let me try and check it out, actually.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm thinking it's Phantom Rage. And that honestly kind of scares me because it's making me think that the set's not really all that great and they're trying to sell it. Because usually when they throw in a lot of TCG exclusives, it's usually something really good to try and push the product. And 17, I think, is a record. That is a lot of new exclusive cards in one set. So
They've tried to try and separate them, I guess, for this time and see if that formula worked.
yeah,
I think in this one, there are 20. Let's see. There are 20 TCG imports for the Rise set, and I think Phantom Rage is the one that has the TCG exclusives.
yeah, that sounds right. And yeah, so
Looking at the wiki list.
looking at the wiki list right now.
Yeah, from like the description, I guess.
Yeah, so if I'm remembering correctly from the description, it is 17 exclusives, which is
Phantom
honestly
Rage.
crazy. What's up?
For Phantom Rage?
Yeah, for Phantom Rage.
Gotcha. But I mean, looking at it right now, I mean, the set looks to be very well fleshed out. It's not like as loaded as like, you know, with quote unquote meta archetypes or whatever, but like Rise has like its you know, Dragmas and what else is in Rise? Infernable Knights?
Yeah, the Infernable Knights is a really big one. Yeah, I mean, those two alone will sell the set by itself. What's the other one you said?
I mean, the cover card, I mean, it's already a dig at the nostalgia players because Gaia as an archetype is getting huge support in that set also. But Phantom Rage is also getting like a lot of nostalgic like players too, because FA and UAs are getting combined. Raid Raptors and Phantom Knights.
Right, yeah.
Support.
Yeah, the Phantom Knight and Raid Raptor stuff looks like it's going to be insane. And then you've got cards like the Flint Fire Lady coming in here as like early support on that. But yeah, that's going to be crazy. And if they actually take that the banned Phantom Knight Link Monster, they take him off the ban list. Oh, it's gonna be crazy.
Oh man, that boy is way too jank for him to come back right now.
He really, really is. But Konami does that if it'll sell them a product. So it wouldn't surprise me. But
yeah. From what I've seen, I mean, their toolkit and what they're getting right now seems very solid without it.
yeah, honestly, it does look like it might be able to do a lot on its own, and even just by itself. But then when you combine it with that Raid Raptor support, it's looking like it's gonna be pretty sweet.
Yeah, and like Tri Brigades are also in that set too. Honestly, with Rise of the Duelist, if it's nothing but 20 OCG imports, I honestly hope that Crossout Designator makes its way through.
Honestly, I think that set is so just insane and fire already. I think they might end up honestly just putting nothing OCG imports in there, just like random stuff that we've never gotten but not necessarily meta impacting. and then they might save those last 3 spots in Phantom Rage for something that's actually like usable and really good as a potential meta impacting import.
I never really got the point of the card called Forbidden Droplets. I mean, I know it's like good or whatnot, but like I don't see it as it being good. If you know what I mean by that, I didn't really make it clear when I said that. But I know that that's a card people are chasing right now for Rise of the Duelist. So I've just been trying to just understand what's like super good about the card and stuff like that. I mean, there's plenty of chase cards in here. Yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't watched it. I know that Simo did a video on how good it is, and anytime he touches a card, it's always going to get some sales on it just because he's got so many viewers. And that usually will bump the price of a card. But I just pulled it up right here. Nope, no, this is the wrong one. Let's see here. Or actually, is that the same card?
Which one?
Forbidden Droplet.
Yeah,
Just one Forbidden Drop. Is that the same card?
I think
Yeah.
it's Forbidden Droplets.
Yeah, I think this is the exact same card, actually. This is the OCG name on it. But I was actually looking for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Database link, and it'd probably help if I spell Yu-Gi-Oh! Right. Well, that's definitely not it. Yeah, so I think it's got a different OCG and TCG name. That's what it's looking like.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not on the card database yet. So that's the one we had pulled up.
There's an OCG list. I'm going to look for it.
All right, so let's send any number of other cards from your hand and or field to the graveyard until the end of this turn. Have the attack of exactly that many effect monsters your opponent controls. Also negate their effects. Your opponent cannot activate cards or the effect of cards, but the same original type of card, monster, spell, or trap as the cards sent to the graveyard to activate this card in response to this card's activation. So if you can discard all 3, it's entirely non-negatable, which is actually insane. And then let's see, you can only activate just 1 Forbidden Drop per turn, so it's a hard once per turn card. But it's also spell speed 2, so it's a quick play.
Yeah.
That is actually, it's kind of sick though. I mean, it could potentially be like a full monster board negate. If you hit that at the right time, you could interrupt a lot of different plays pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, taking another look at it, a lot of decks now really just have a build a board type of thing. This is a like really looking at it, it's a slightly more costly Dark Ruler No More, but if you're able to kill the opponent, you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about, like, even discarding one card, you can negate the correct piece of somebody's combo. You could stop it in their tracks, and there's no limits as to what you can negate, like with some of the hand traps. So especially in like a going first, where you can actually get this on the field, you could theoretically stop somebody's ability to disassemble your board or to build their own board. And it could also, as going second, it could give you that edge to negate somebody's board to actually build your own. And also, the thing that I'm really noticing on here, have the attack of that many effect monsters your opponent controls also negate their effects. This is non-targeting too. So cards that can't be targeted are still susceptible to this. The only cards that aren't are the cards that specifically say this card's effects cannot be negated. So that's a pretty strong negate right there.
Yeah, only thing that would, probably work around this is just cards that are straight up unaffected by card effects for the attack debuff. But in terms of the response, I didn't even realize that was on the card, where your opponent couldn't activate it in response. Like that
Yeah.
I found pretty interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, if you play this in a discard deck too, that's pretty insane way to start off your turn. Like zombies, for instance, just going ahead and putting everything that you need in the graveyard and then going from there in your combo. And your opponent's entire board is disabled at the exact same time. That's not a bad card.
So taking a look at this, so in YGO, I think sending and discarding is two different means. Exactly.
Yes, so sending and discarding are different.
And this card says that it says send, which I'm not really sure if I imagine that there are some cards that like say if sent to the graveyard or whatnot. So yeah. I mean, yeah. Point still stands.
Well, so the thing is with send versus discard, if a card is sent from the hand to the graveyard, it is considered discarded. If it's sent from the deck to the graveyard, it's not. Oh, sweet. So we got a Chaos Emperor, the Dragon of Armageddon.
Hey.
Nice. That is our first like really big pull on this case. Nice going for that. That's our third box. We also got the Miracle Rupture early on, so that's pretty good too. And then Sunlight Wolf and Dragon Buster Destruction Sword too. Nice. That is a money pack. But yeah, going back to that ruling question, send to the graveyard is considered discarding. Sending from the deck, sending from the graveyard, sending from anywhere else is not. But any card that says sent to the graveyard, that card can be sent from anywhere, including the hand. So send from hand, discard from hand is essentially the same thing. But when a card has sent to the graveyard, it can be sent from anywhere. So that makes it more powerful as in terms of a graveyard effect.
Yeah, I definitely look forward to reading up rulings about this joint.
All right, pretty nice here. So we got a Fireflint Lady and a Judgment Dragon of Heaven, same pack. Yeah, I need to start my Rise of the Duelist research. I've been keeping up with some of it in chat, but I haven't actually sat down and really started reading them all. I was planning on doing that as soon as it hits the database, which I was expecting to happen earlier in the day than it has. I was actually hoping to review rarities while we're still in stream.
So if some cards that are sent to the graveyard, if they're sent as cost, they don't proc off, right? Sometimes, because for this forbidden card, it's looking like the effect to send from hand to grave is a cost.
Let's see. Let me.
I just clicked on the rulings part of the card on the wiki.
Let's see. So, yeah, send any number of cards from the hand and or field to the graveyard. Semicolon. So that is a cost. So my understanding is that any card that triggers by being sent to the graveyard by another card's effect will still trigger. If the card itself sends it and it triggers by its own effect, then obviously it's not going to trigger in that instance.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, in terms of rarity reviewing, I mean, I'm sure we'll probably find out more about it when the set drops and people start playing with it. But
Nice.
in terms of rarities and stuff like that, Infernable Knights and the Drogmas take up a lot of the higher rarity slots in the OCG.
Yeah, I think we can expect to see the same trend here in the US. We might get some high rarities in some of the OCG imports, but it just depends on what we're actually getting. All right, nice. So we got two nice packs in a row. We got the Miracle Rupture in the last pack, and then we got the Time Stream in this one. So very nice cards on that one. Invoked Caligula Salming, Great Sunlight, nice. I gotta drink my Red Bull. Mad Wizard saying he remembers the GX era. What specifically about the GX era are you referring to? Alright, so we got Danger Jackalope, Numeron Wall, the Kalantosa, mystical Beast of the Forest, aka Shaman. Decent hand, or decent pack on that one. Oh yeah, trying to understand why some cards did and did not proc. Lazuli was a nightmare. Yeah, they were still rolling out problem-solving card text at that point, and so it was confusing. I mean, especially looking at some of the really old cards before any type of problem-solving card text was instituted was just a nightmare. I'm thinking back to like things like Penguin Soldier, even like you look at the modern reprints with problem-solving card text and it's a targeting effect, but if you take into account the old pre-problem-solving card text, a modern Yu-Gi-Oh player would just assume it's non-targeting, which would make it so much better. See, the biggest confusion was with Fusion Recycling Plant. It activated as Obsidian, but not Lazuli. I'm forgetting what Lazuli does, actually. Do you remember?
Which one?
Lazuli from the GX era?
Lazuli? Which monster is that?
Let's see. We can actually just Google this real quick. That'll probably be the easiest thing. Oh, lapis lazuli. That makes sense.
That I think was
or
in
Gymnite
part
lazuli.
5.
Yeah, the Gymnite card. If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can target one normal monster in your graveyard, add that target to your hand. Yeah, so back in the day, dealing with like sent versus discard, I'm guessing is what you're talking about. Oh, nice. So, speaking of our rock monsters, we got the Weathering Soldier right here. And we got Formud Skipper and Raw's Disciple, Secure Gardna. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of people still struggle with why some things trigger, some things don't at certain times. And even if you understand problem-solving card text, you still have like a lot of different things, especially with like battle phase, that really throw people off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, like, I've even studied battle phase, and it still throws me for a loop sometimes. Especially if you look at some of the old rulings, they just don't make sense at all. Like, reading the card text, there are cards that you would think would trigger, that you could activate in battle phase, and for whatever reason they can't, or looking at cards that you wouldn't think could activate actually can. But I think a lot of that has been actually rooted out since Konami has taken over. I think some of those old rulings actually predate back to when Upper Deck was printing, and now that the game has gotten a lot more streamlined through problem-solving card text, while some of those old rulings are still out there, I think most head judges would just rule in favor of what the card says, not what a ruling from 10 years ago says. Let's see, do we get anybody else here on Discord?
Say what?
Oh, I thought we had somebody else join us on Discord.
Hopefully you get some in this last case of yours.
Hopefully. I mean, if I can get a Utopia and I hold off for that thing's price to raise, I mean, that with the 10,000 Dragon, I've basically paid for the entire purchase right there. So just having all that free profit would be amazing.
I want to buy and invest in some cases and stuff like that, but I don't have the capital right now, and borrowing and stuff like that is nice and all, but like just the concept of being in debt to someone, it's something that's a little hard to roll with.
Completely understand that.
As someone else who's trying to get into this business too, like you are.
Yeah, I mean, one of the nice things about getting into doing this, even if you're not making profit, usually the product will pay for itself. Oh, alright, so right off the bat, we've got a weird box. We've got one that's upside down. So whether that's going to be good or bad, I don't know. But yeah, oftentimes the product will pay for itself. I tend to keep a playset of everything for myself because I'm a collector hoarder. And when you do that, it really cuts into the profit. Usually, if you want a playset of everything out of a set, it's going to run you about the price of a case, if not a little bit more. And so you subtract that from earnings, and sometimes you just don't really walk away with much of anything if you keep anything. I've had a few sets where I have just been entirely unable to keep anything in.
Hey, it's you.
Keep anything in my set, or keep very minimal amounts. Alright, nice. So, Danger Jackalope.
Yay.
And nothing too insane in this one. We did get a number 2 Numeron. We got some appliancer stuff. Michael, you're really quiet. I think this happens basically every time I turn on the music.
Nah, it's all good. I was just talking to someone off.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a Dolce and Jelly.
Nice. That's a shorter print.
Yeah, I think we've actually seen that one go. I don't know that it's actually gone up in price because everything's still pretty much tanking, but I think it's actually, in terms of the prices of some of the cards in the set, it has been one of the ones that's actually gone up over other cards' prices. Let's actually switch over here real quick. So yeah, right there, it is right in the middle of the first screen. So it's going to be, I guess, the 12th most expensive card in the set is what it's looking like. Which honestly, the singles on this, the prices are really good now. I know a lot of people that pre-ordered are just like hating their lives right now because these prices are dropping so much. But I mean, when you're looking at the 12th most expensive card in the set, and it's only $220, lowest price on market, that is this is a really cheap set overall. So definitely, if you are wanting singles from this set, this is a good time to pick them up. And I mean, you get just over to the 14th card. We're already at 160, so for that Fossil Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, battles have always been like one of those like cheaper sets, and then it like, you know, rebounds for some of the lower value cards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like that could be the same case with some of the fossils.
Oh yeah, for sure. I see those going up. Yeah, battles is actually weird. If you do a price per card breakdown of the prices of the product, it's actually one of the most expensive sets you can buy. Because there's only 5 cards in each pack, and it's the same price as standard sets with 9 cards. We get somebody else on? Hey Fritz, what's up?
I was gonna say I heard someone.
Well, Fritz hopped on. Did we lose him?
I'm not sure.
Hey Fritz, you there? Alright, so we got an Artifact Sanctum in here. That's a nice reprint.
So with Sanctum, I know that people preferred original prints, but people also prefer high rarity. With Sanctum's interesting case, it's getting another Ultra reprint, and it's had like 2 Ultra reprints already. So for you, what do you think will stick out in the longer term? The Battles of Legend, Light's Revenge secret rare printing, or its original Primal Origin Ultra printing? I personally have my own opinion, but what do you think about that certain card?
So my personal opinion on that card is that the secret rare is going to hold the value. I'm one of those people, I prefer playing an original printing of a card because I'd rather kind of show the braggadocio of look how long I've been playing, I have all these old cards, as opposed to the braggadocio of look how much I spent on a card that I could get for cheaper. But I think the secret rare on those Artifact Sanctums is just beautiful. It's a really, really pretty printing. And as great as it is that we got a reprint and that ultra rare is making it more accessible to people, because it's been too expensive as a card for a long time now. I still think that secret rare in the long run is going to be the better investment. But the Prio first edition, or was it Prio for the set it was released in?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one, I mean, the first printing always holds some value just because it's the first printing.
Yeah, I was going to say, I held on to the secret rares, I believe, in hopes of that. Mostly because no one wanted to, trade them for me too. So
Yeah.
I figured it was a good idea for me to hang on to them. I mean, yeah, that's part of what my train of thought was. But yeah, just seeing some of this stuff just start to crash is really interesting.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we have to consider right now, so many of the collector market cards are soaring in price. The overall value of the market isn't going to increase at the same rate as the price of those cards. So some people aren't going to be willing to spend as much money as they maybe would have been because they're spending so much money on these new rarities. So watching some of those cards crash, I think, is a bit to be expected.
Yeah, I'm definitely wanting to pick up a new play set of Super Whirlwind too, but like you said, like just how rare some of these singles are, it's a pain to pick them up.
Yeah. Another thing to think of, though, your average Yu-Gi-Oh player doesn't have the memory span to be like, oh yeah, this was short printed in this set, or this set had a small allocation. And so when they're picking out cards for a deck, a lot of times they're just going to grab what on face value is the highest rarity, not necessarily what the actual highest rarity is. And a lot of times people just want the face value highest rarity because it looks prettiest in their deck. It's the rare player that's going to say, Oh yeah, I remember that Eternity Code was a short allocation, so that copy of the card is definitely the rarest copy, not the Megaton 2021 reprint copy. Just as like a current example. But when you have like the collectors that actually know that stuff and they're willing to buy the rarest printing, that kind of drives up the price as well. But a lot of times your players are going to overlook that, and instead of buying the most expensive, they'll just buy whatever they think is the rarest, and that kind of drives up the prices of some of these like secret rare printings and things like that, even if they're not in truth the rarer copy. Alright, so this is the last pack from this box. We're about to be on our fifth box from the case, so give me some good mojo, guys. Alright, so we Judgment of the Dragon of Heavens, not bad. And Fire Flint Lady, not bad, not bad.
So how have the openings been, Bobby? What have you noticed that's been super hard to pull? Besides, I've heard the Chaos Dragon has the Invocation, and then obviously the Starlight. But I don't know anything else.
Yeah, so
Miracle Rupture's hella hard.
Miracle Rupture is almost on par with those two cards that you listed. And then the Fossil Warrior Skull King, I think I've been seeing a few more of those than I have like the Miracle Rupture, but the price on TCG reflects it. It is one of the harder to pull, but it's also like the main fossil engine that people need. So that's part of what's driving the price on that. But it's over the Numeron prices now.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Since we're getting ready to go into a new box, let's go ahead and take a moment and actually look here at the prices, since I've already got them pulled up. We've actually noticed in the last day there's been an incredible crash on a lot of these prices. I mean, just look at the 10,000 Dragon right here, that market price of $16.56, and less than a week ago this was a $2,000 card, and it's already dropped to $9.79. We're seeing a drop in the Utopia 39 over the pre-sales, which is honestly to be expected initially, but it's been a lot slower falling. And from what I've seen on other pools as well as my own, this is actually the rarer card. This is the chase out of the set. So I would expect to see it go up to maybe the $1,000 mark at some point in the near future. Especially with the buyouts that have been swirling around. But definitely for the rarest cards, it's going to be this side of the screen right here, these four. The Chaos Emperor Dragon, Invocation, Fossil Warrior Skull Knight, and right under it, that Miracle Rupture. And so
Fireflint Lady is definitely one of the harder, just normal ultras to pull too.
I've been pulling quite a few of those. I haven't really noticed that it's significantly rarer, but I think it's probably been a little bit rarer. And also, I mean, if you're talking about rarity versus with the price, it's sitting up here with 69 cents. The market price 106, so it's dropped a bit. But if you look on relevance, when we do our search for the set, it's number one. So it's the most searched card out of the set. It's the one that people are picking up. If you look at best selling, which I think calculates price as well, it's nowhere near. But you also have to take into consideration how much cheaper it is than almost every other card on this page. And that Numeron network is definitely up there with the large cells. And Utopia has actually dropped since we last looked at this page, which means less of these are being pulled and sold, especially less than this 10,000 Dragon. Which, actually, just changing pages, 10,000 Dragon jumped up over $100 just now. So somebody had seriously undercut that lowest price.
I'm surprised that the Numeron cards are expensive as they are, seeing as from what I've seen in pulls, they're not that hard to pull.
No, I haven't been noticing really any difficulty. I think the only reason they're the price they are is because of the meta relevance.
Yeah.
I think out of everything in here, it's the most meta relevant thing in the entire set. And honestly, looking at like these Numerons, Numeron networks already started to rise again since its initial fall. It's back up to 1425. It had gotten as low as I think 11 earlier in the day, and I think part of that is not necessarily the difficulty to pull, but now people are starting to pick them up because they're needed for Dragma, and we're looking at pre-release in a week on Rise of Duelists.
So what really surprised me was how expensive these boxes are. I was looking it up, and the boxes are going for over 100 in a lot of places.
Yeah, actually, somebody's done a massive undercut on TCG Player because they were pretty much right at the market price. Let me switch back over real quick so you guys can see what I'm talking about. The first listing on the page, Battles Legend Armageddon Booster Box First Edition. Somebody's undercut it down to $73.50, which is kind of what you would expect to see on a booster box price on here close to release. But the market price has been at $98.66, so it's actually somebody's really undercut. I'm actually really curious.
That's crazy.
I want to look at this listing.
Because yeah, they were. I was even seeing them at like 120, Bobby. It was pretty crazy.
Let's see. Some people have some picture listings that aren't matched in here. Okay, so that's a one-off, and actually look at the shipping price on that $73.50. That is a $25 shipping, so that is definitely not an accurate reflection of what the market is, but that is actually the cheapest listing on here. Ironically undercutting TCG lowest.
That's quite funny.
But yeah, so I don't know. I think that this sealed product is actually going to retain a lot more value than the products in it. I'm not going to say that I'm surprised. And the reason I'm not going to say that I'm surprised is because of the Utopia and the 10,000 Dragon. Oftentimes, when you look at these historical boxes, the boxes will eventually take on the price of the most expensive card in the set. Especially when you're looking at really, really old cards. If you look at like LOB, you're looking at like the price of like a Gem Mint Blue Eyes White Dragon. It kind of matches what you can expect to get out of the box, even if you're not likely to pull it. Or so I would expect this to probably go up to the 120, 130 and sit there, especially once these sealed products become harder to find.
I'm just surprised that it's so expensive, considering that we have, in my opinion, one of the best sets we've gotten in a while coming out in not even, what, it's like 2 weeks from
2 weeks
Tomorrow?
from today.
Or something?
2 weeks from today is the official release. Yesterday was today's the store release of this set right here, the Armageddon. And so we'll have a pre-release for Rise the Duelist next week, starting on Thursday, and then the actual release will be OTS release on that following Friday, and official sanctioned release the next day on Saturday. So 2 weeks.
Evan?
So about that though, Bobby, I don't think they've given us too much information about what unless maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we haven't had too much information about what's actually going to be happening with the new sneak format. I heard that it was like buying a box maybe instead of just sneak kits, which seems like a substantial downgrade considering
The loss of the rarity difference, because when you're buying the sneaks in the past, they weren't bound by the same rarity limits that your booster boxes are going to be. So you could get really good pulls. So it is kind of a downgrade.
I've heard, I don't know how true it is, but I've heard from many different sources that sneak ratios are different as well. Again, I don't know how true that is, but I've heard that from many different people. So.
Really? So I haven't actually heard that yet. The news that I had heard was that they were going to be standard boxes, and the ratios were going to be the same as main set.
Sorry, not the boxes. In the past, when you bought the loose sneaks, I've heard that those packs had different rarity ratios than the. It was easier to pull ultras and secrets from those. I don't know how true that is, but that is what I've heard.
So I can actually speak to that because I bought entire sneak boxes before. And it's somewhat true, not necessarily true. In general, you get about the same rarity pull from one sneak box that you would from a case, but you're paying a higher price than you would if you get a good deal on cases, and you're getting less packs than you would in a case. So technically, the rarity is higher. The overall rarity is higher because you're opening less packs and getting about the same number of ultras and secrets, but you're also paying a little more unless you're like the store buying them directly from Konami, then you get them at a nice premium.
I can't wait for Rise of the Duelist to sell. There's so many cards I want from that. Oh, it's going to be great.
Honestly, I think that's why we're seeing such low prices on some of these cards. Why these pre-sale prices have tanked?
Oh, nice.
Because the release is so close together.
I'm really hoping that we don't have the same issues that we've had with some of the other sets in both the quality and quantity, especially of this new set, because there are quite a few meta-relevant cards in it, and it would be kind of disappointing to see.
There's an allocation issue for Rise that's been confirmed.
Yeah,
Same with the tins, unfortunately.
I was going to say, we do have a confirmed allocation shortage for both Rise of the Duelist and Megaton 2020.
So what I'm hearing is pre-order.
Yes.
I hate saying pre-order, but like the expensive cards, especially if stuff is underprinted in the actual, not underprinted as in short print, but underprinted as the set. And I know we are seeing in Europe, some of the countries are starting to open up again a bit. So I believe events are even started, like locals are started up again in some countries in Europe.
Yeah, I can't confirm that, but that's what I was thinking was happening. And I know that my prediction on ban list was that we wouldn't actually get any until events started back up. I still think we probably won't get one until a YCS happens. But now that we actually have something happening, it's getting more likely that we might actually get something pretty soon.
See, I really my want for the new set is I want to pick up a full Italian play set of Dragmas, since like they're supposed to be like the Vatican or the
yeah, that would,
or whatever.
Yeah,
And
that
so
would
I
actually
think
be
it'd
pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the idea. We'll see. European prints are generally a bit cheaper too, but we'll have to see if I can do that.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know how much cheaper they actually are once you pay for shipping, but
If you buy in a bulk, it's for instance, I bought Gearsus when they were. Now they're much lower, but when I bought them, they were at like 90 each for North America, and I got them for 60s, and then like 55 euro each, and then the shipping was like 15 extra. So it was 195 euro for a playset of Gearsu, and if I had bought from North America, it'd be $270. So.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's definitely instances.
Yeah.
I think more what I'm talking about is like ordering cases from overseas because
Oh, I believe that.
The shipping on those is insane when you're getting them from like Europe or something.
I was gonna say, Fritz, if you have a Euro Connect, I mean, some of those Starlights over in Europe, they're mad cheap right now. Even with the higher end singles. So I mean,
yeah, I do.
Oh, nice guys! We got a Numeron calling.
Nice.
Nice.
But yeah,
what
I
were you
do not
saying,
have
Fritz?
one. What I've been doing is I just cold message sellers on Card Market, and it worked in times, but it's like kind of stopped working because a lot of the countries just don't want to ship out of country right now. A lot of the people.
Well, one thing right now, a lot of countries, their regular post isn't going out, and so DHL is their only option in a lot of places.
Yep.
And so that just radically changes the prices of some of the export shipping.
For sure.
So guys, we're just opening the 6th box from the last case right now. So while we get these packs out of here, make sure that you check the description down below if you're just joining. We've got the contest details for this bad boy right here. We still have a lot of subscribers to get, so invite your friends if you haven't done so already. If you enter the contest through Gleam, there's also a link to share the stream through Twitter to get some more people on here, and you get a second entry in the contest. Make sure you comment, like, and subscribe so that you're qualified.
Ooh, it's so pretty.
I know.
So do you know the ratios on the Starlights for this set? I know for the main set, wasn't it like one every 2
One
cases?
every 2 cases.
1 every 2 cases has been fairly standard for the other sets. We've gotten 1 10,000 Dragon out of 3 cases so far, 3.5. But what I've been seeing from other places is roughly like 1 10,000 Dragon every 2 to 3 cases, and then 1 Utopia roughly every 4. Which is kind of the opposite of what people were saying at the beginning of the week. But now that more stuff's getting opened, that seems to be the trend, that the Utopia is actually cheaper. But I have not seen the final compilations for the rarities. I know that I was talking to John over at House of Champs earlier today, and he has already gotten all of his case information from his big distributors. He did not tell me what the rarities were. We didn't have the time to actually talk about that. But I would imagine he's probably going to do a video on it pretty soon if he hasn't already.
Hey, Josh just messaged me. Someone at our locals pulled the Utopia Starlight.
Oh my.
Oh.
I think Evan's the dude that smokes, right?
I don't know, Evan.
Evan James?
He's Oh, no. I know exactly who he is now.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to him.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
I just gotta say though, that was supposed to be my case, so.
Rip. Oh, you got
Rip.
these cases from Troy?
Yeah, Troy and I actually do a lot of business together.
Ah, yeah. What was his rate that he gave you?
So I've got a few different rates from him. It depends on my quantities. When I'm doing smaller quantities like this with 4 cases, it's gonna just be like the standard he offers for everybody else before the initial pre-order deadlines, which are really, really, really early, and that's the $700 per case.
Oh shoot! I know Troy did that. He didn't post it on his Facebook page, so I don't get the chance to do all that.
Well, since he and I do so much business together, he straight up texts me and he's like, "Tell me when you want it, or tell me how many you want." I get him that way. So he knows if he doesn't, he might miss out on a lot of sales. So
there's something interesting about with the pack you just opened. So Book of the Moon is this is actually kind of interesting. Striker has started playing Book of the Moon again, and reason being is
dude,
yeah,
Invocation.
Oh, congratulations!
Yes.
Hey.
Sorry, what were you saying about Striker?
No, that's fine. I was just saying Striker has now started playing Book of Moon again because it has some kind of cool applications in that one, it outs like, especially in Striker, it's a chainable. Something chainable that gets rid of Savage negates. So this is kind of cool. If you chain it to like one of their an Outlich trap and you set their Gold Lord, it will the trap doesn't get the second effect to pop. You can use it to turn off a forever. Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. The deck or the card's been like working its way back into like real decks again.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, especially people I've had joining me on stream, have just been like, "Why? Why did that get reprinted?" And I was like, "I'm not mad about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's a great card."
Yeah.
And honestly, like, it comes back and forth because of its ability to turn off abilities on the field. Make a fan of Beast O-Lion. Nice draw on that one.
And it stops. It's actually a pretty good interruption for stopping needle fiber combos because you can book the tuner, which will stop them from getting to fiber. Or if like at Emancipator, if you just book like the researcher when it's summoned, they can't activate its effect and they can't link it off. So it's actually really good removal for that kind of.
Yeah, for sure. And then you just have to deal with a face down monster that has no flip effect.
It's also a soft out to Zexal. If you just set the thing on defense during their next end phase, you book it.
Yep.
And then you start playing.
Yep. I think book is pretty underrated. So I like the clips, but
I didn't follow how you use it against Zexal. I didn't follow how it's being used against Zexal.
So the threat with Zexal is that if you out it, you just make another one. So you want them to hang by keeping the Zexal on field, but if you keep it on field, they're going to use it on your next turn. Because likely Eldritch is not going to kill you on that. So you can survive, in which book gives you the...
Yep. You just use the book in their end phase, Bobby, because you can only use Zexal's effect during your opponent's. So you just end phase book it, and then you get to play like normal on your turn.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That's really cool interaction there.
Yeah. It's, again, like Eclipse is cool, but stuff like Striker doesn't actually easily out the entire board, so Eclipse ends up not helping too much. But
you were asking about quality of cards earlier. I've shown this on stream a couple times. I don't know if you can see it in the stream. I think it's probably visible. Let me look up from above. See how that side right there is shining more than the others? that is because this card has a really gnarly dent in the back. It looks like it went through actually like some sort of like scraping conveyor belt, and actually standing over it, I'm noticing now that the name of the card is actually stamped through to the back. You can actually see it on the back from an indentation, so it must have been a stamping error.
I can see a bend. Yikes.
It's definitely a damaged card. Can't sell it as anything above.
That's hilarious that you can buy a fucking pack straight from the case and it comes
damaged. Yeah. I don't think you were on stream yesterday. I was talking about this. I bought a Legendary Kaiba collection, and it looked like some of the cards had been chewed up by a dog. Like, there were holes straight from one side to the other.
Misprint. Smile.
I wish it was a misprint. You caught me. I was like, wait, what?
Alright, so here's the strategy. You get a pet, and then you feed your cards to it, and then you call them misprints.
Oh, yeah, there you go, yeah. No, but seriously, oh, nice, Numeron Network. I wrote Konami about that. I wrote their support line, and I sent emails. I sent pictures of every single card in the email. I sent pictures of the receipt of purchase, and nobody ever got back to me, and I was livid about it. Like, I was to the point that I was like, screw Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I'm gonna go to another game. But of course I love this game, so I didn't do that. But
yeah, when events start up again, Bobby, you'll have to go to an event or two with us.
Yeah, I need to. I need to make time to actually do it.
Yeah, I understand. That probably won't be for like 6 months though, so.
Seriously.
At least.
Oh, nice. Numeron calling? Yeah, no, I mean, I collect so that I can play, and then I end up not playing. It's really a vicious cycle.
It'd be like that.
Alright, so we just got a Skull King, which is pretty high up on the price list right now, I think. I keep getting it confused with the Skull Knight, which is one of the more pricey. Let me see, I'm actually refreshing on TCG Player right now. That's why I'm not moving through the cards. Let's see, market high to low. Yeah, so the Fossil Warrior Skull Knight is the rarer of the two, which actually. Numeron Network, like I said, it was going back up. It's dropped a little bit. Somebody undercut with 1325, but it's overtaken Fossil Warrior Skull Knight, which was higher priced for a while. Alright guys, we're getting into the second half of this case. We have 6 more boxes left of the Battles of Legends right here. This is going to be our final case, last 6 boxes. So if you haven't, make sure that you read the description down below for contest details. Get your friends on here to subscribe, comment, like. And make sure you do that yourself. Enter through the Gleam link so that we have your contact information and we can actually issue your prize if you win. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and open 2 boxes real quick. So Fritz, did you end up going to Resurrected?
No, I was busy all day with my cat. I was getting her spayed, and she is not happy. It was an adventure. She's currently hiding behind my curtain, and I have this little soft cone for her head so she doesn't lick it, but I cannot put it on her because she tries to bite me whenever I get near her.
Oh, we have like a collection of feral cats that live in my yard, and I've been trying to slowly, over time, get them spayed and neutered, and I cannot get the cones to stay on them to save my life. Oh, so this is kind of a backtrack. I missed the message when Corvus sent it. Corvus Reviews says, I mostly play online and end up collecting after finding cards I like online. That is also a vicious cycle of, oh, I like this, I'll buy it. And yeah, so I understand that. I end up like getting massive quantities of cases, and instead of going to the game store to play when new sets come out, I end up spending 3 days opening and organizing so that I can list them online and actually not lose money on the game. And then I end up staying so busy with the business that I don't even get out. So, and Mad Wizard 145 said this a while back. Every time I see the utopic future, I cry a little bit, and I understand. It looks so similar. Every single time, I at least 50 times so far, I've been like, oh my god! Never mind. And that's another one. I see that thing, I'm like, oh, it's tucked in the wrong place. But no, it's not the card I'm looking for. Let's get the music back on.
I was hoping that they were going to import the Utopic Dragon thing. What's Future Dragon or something? That card's quite cool. And it isn't not slated for... it doesn't have an import spot slated right now.
Which one?
It's called S0 Utopic Future Dragon, I believe. And it's like the cousin of Zexal.
Oh, okay.
So Zexal is you summon with 3 number monsters with the same rank. And you overlay them. And this one is 3 non-number Xyz monsters with the same rank. Or you can overlay it for what is it? The one that requires 2 monsters of the same rank. And it's a once per turn you can detach one, or when your opponent activates a monster charger effect, you can detach material, negate it, and take control of it. So it's kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's like a Zodiac boss monster. You overlay 2 Zodiac monsters for it.
It's literally Utopic Future 2.0. Like,
Yeah.
you make this Utopic Future because 2 is easier than 3.
Mhm.
Just like,
Yep.
actually,
Actually, that's the card you were talking about earlier in stream, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah.
That new rarity?
Yeah. What about it?
That's the same card that Fritz is talking about right now, right?
Nah. It's the Utopic Dragon. I think is a rank 6 monster.
It doesn't have a rank. It's like Zexal.
Huh.
Yeah.
you know what, Fred?
What's
Then
up?
that's another card that I was thinking about. That's my bad.
I think
It's
the
okay.
best thing about Dragon is not the negate, but the
Mhm.
fact it's 3k indestructible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
you can. Yeah, go ahead.
like, what does Dragma do?
Dragma? You floor it.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it can be negated. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, it's still good. Like, don't get me wrong. It makes literally normal summon Ratpier or normal summon Thoroughblade with any Zodiac in hand. It makes that into the Future Dragon plus Dryden. Like, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, basically anything that gets Trident on field is going to be at least decent.
I mean, I think with the Lunalite deck, unplayable, I think they can bring Broad Bowl back to 1. If
Broad
Lunalite cards come back, they can't. But
Bull should not come back. Oh, God.
what does it search, Michael?
It's just pluses.
I agree it's pluses, but there's no. I mean, I think it's fine
There
because
are-
Zodiac is bad, and Firefist is bad.
All right, before we down talk drawing or searching pluses, I'm just going to remind you of what Danger did. All it
Danger's
did,
not
all
actually a
it did
plus.
was plus.
It's not really a plus.
It was a plus if you discarded a danger card or something with a grave effect.
Yeah, if you got
Like,
the
yeah.
if you got the graveyard effect, it was a plus. But I mean, it was basically just draw and summon, draw and summon. So just
Yeah.
plus after
Danger
plus.
Dark Lord was kind of dumb. You're right.
I still remember the regional after the one I won, Michael. So not even this. This was after Danger hits. I was watching Logan at the regional after I dropped on round 4 or no, round 5. I was watching him at the top table play Danger Dark World, the World FTK. It was very funny. He was at the
I
very top
remember
table
that.
and he was X1 at round 6 or something.
He just
But-
skipped opponent's turn in OT.
Well, the problem is that eventually he got versus someone who was good enough that imperm in their hand, they didn't use it until the world was summoned.
My god.
Like, literally watched the entire combo, and then he finally impermed. But it was... Everyone else is like, oh, we gotta stop the other stuff. But no, you don't.
No.
That's the other
That's
thing.
one of the things though that separates a really good player versus a mediocre player is the ability to wait till the right time. A lot of people just like see things happening and they're like, "Oh God, I've got to do something," and they just end up hurting themselves.
That's why automated simulators make bad players, because if you only plan them, because people will... They see the prompt and they're like, okay, I can use my card. I use my card now. Instead of actually thinking. Instead of thinking it through.
I differ from a lot of people on the opinion that simulators make bad players. I understand the mentality that you're coming from, and there are bad players that's how they're going to play. Like, oh my god, I can do something, and they do it. But those are the players that just really aren't thinking about any type of strategy in terms of when to use their cards. I think they actually can be good as a learning curve just to know, like, especially with like a really new archetype, knowing when you can use the cards. Just as an informative thing, but you don't want to exclusively play on them, because then eventually you've got to get to the point where you have to remember that you can use it there on your own.
Honestly, the argument between like DB versus YGO Pro, it's not about the mechanics, but rather it's like choosing between Korean server and Oceania. It's on DB. It doesn't matter like if YGO Pro is theoretically better. Like, you're going to the Korean server.
Yeah, honestly, that is really true. I mean, DB just has such higher level players on it.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, with most things, watching somebody good at what you're trying to be good at is a really good way to get better. And in a game like this, playing with players that are better than you is a good way to learn. And so you're limited by who's on the service. Also, I mean, you look at like YGO Pro, and it's the site that people use to demonstrate these decks that are supposedly just absolutely crazy insane, like survives like 6 hand traps and blah blah blah. But the thing is, they're filming those on the service that not necessarily the best players are on, so they can get away with playing those gimmicky decks and just banking on the fact that the people they're playing against won't know how to stop it.
One of my favorite things in the game is watching bad players play good decks. It's so funny. Like, they don't know what they're doing at all.
Well, that's why you like watching me play.
Bobby, you always play funny decks, though. I remember the Ignite, the Ignite U-Link thing that you were playing.
I almost took an entire tournament with that deck, though. Nobody knew what the hell I was doing. But the thing is, like, if you interrupted literally any point of the combo, that deck was dead. It was such a bad deck. But yeah, it was fun.
Oh, I believe
it was fun because, I mean, it was like the glass cannon. If you actually got the combo to work, like, you just slaughtered them. But basically anybody with a hand trap could stop you from winning.
you should see my Fire Fist deck. Pretty much the same thing. If they don't hand trap you, your board is disgusting. If they hand trap you, you're passing.
Exactly.
Quite.
Well, the thing with that Ignite deck, too, it was such a resource hog. Even if you did the first step of the combo, because your first step was basically putting 3 things on board out of your hand, that you were then, like, even if they interrupted one step, you were never going to recover because you were never going to have the resources to do the combo a second time. And every single card in the extra deck was needed for the combo. It was like a 15-minute combo, so you were just using your entire deck. What is your Fire Fist deck?
So, the old deck was podium. What about it?
Oh, your audio
Oh.
just went on like a lag and just replayed. I missed everything you said.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what about the Fire Fist deck?
Well, what did you say before?
Oh, I was just saying that whole thing where you're saying that, like, you wouldn't have any resources for a follow-up play is why decks like the Rock deck right now and old Goki are so potent, because they don't actually use the entire extra deck. For instance, the Rock deck actually will get by and still have like half of their extra deck. So they actually have a lot of leeway with the stuff that they run. And like the old Goki deck would play multiple Izzle, because if you stop the first one, they can just make another.
Yeah.
And keep going. So it's quite strong. But yeah, what were you asking about the Fire Fist deck?
Well, just to follow up before we get into the Fire Fist deck.
Sure.
I mean, that's another point of kind of separating good players versus bad players, because if you got one of those Goki players that just put everything they could on the board, and then they got like even laid, or they got a raw spear mode dropped on them, they weren't going to win. But the players that knew how to reserve half that extra deck and still have a vicious board on field, those were the players that were able to actually take tournaments and regionals, YCSs, things like that with that deck. But no, I was just how does your Fire Fist deck work?
No, it makes do you know the Fire Fist Synchro? It's like it summons a level 4 lower beast warrior from your deck or something, or 3 or lower. You make that, and then you make the new Link 2 or whatever, and then it starts popping off, and you end up with like Appaloosa. They have a counter trap that stops spell and traps. So you end with that. You end with 2 rank 4s usually, and then like 3 formations in hand or something. And you can also end with, there's a Gladiator Beast fusion that stops, like, you just discard the negate a spell trap, and it's not once per turn.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it can end on some really nutty stuff. It just is very fragile.
Guys, we just got a Numeron network. Nice. Yeah, that's nutty. Oh, this is a good pack. We just got a Cross Sheath as well. And the number 3 Trini. But yeah, that's
Really?
that sounds fun.
Yeah, it is fun. It's silly, but it's fun.
But it's a glass cannon, you were saying?
Yeah, it's very much a glass cannon. You try to get your full board, and if they Nibiru you or they hand trap the right guy, then you pass.
I've seen some really sick, cool combos that have come up recently.
Mm-hmm.
But so many of them are just like anti-Nibiru proof. Like, you make... Because you have to go into like 20 monsters to finish your board, and at any point you can just have your entire combo stuffed. There's been a lot of cool things people have been doing, but they're all glass cannons that aren't actually making it into any kind of actual meta play.
That's true. There's all sorts of stuff, especially with this needle fiber card that needs to be removed.
I don't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know either. That Link Cross card, that card can go too. No one cares about that.
Oh, but it's a starfish. It's so pretty. Actually, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the... have you ever seen the first issue of the Justice League?
I have not. What's it like?
So, let me actually see if I can pull it up here real quick in stream. Well, that was the wrong thing. Alright, let's it's pulling up the movie, of course. Oh, here we go. There's a graded copy of it. The Starro is the first villain that the Justice League of America ever fought. And he's basically a giant starfish from outer space.
A giant starfish.
Yeah, you'll see it up on screen here. In a second once Discord catches up with stream.
Oh, okay. That's weird looking.
Yeah, oldie but goodie. Oh, we got a Shaman, Calantos, and Mystical Beast of the Forest, Salaman Great, Sunlight Wolf, and we are almost done with this box. We have 4 packs and 4 boxes left. Oh, sweet! We got an invocation.
Nice. Is that card still going for like $30 now?
Last I saw, it was about 22, but it is
okay.
Yeah, 22.50. It's actually going back up. Market price 22.07. So might actually rebound back to the 30. Oh wow! Speaking of price changes. Just gonna pull this up on stream here. The Chaos Emperor just got a huge price drop. It just went from the $50 mark down to $38. So let's check this out, a little market review. Let's see, so there's actually quite a few. The entire first page is under $43. That's a large price drop.
Quite a bit. In fact, the Chaos Emperor card is very good. in like a Dragon Link set.
Oh yeah,
I would-
for Dragon Link, I've also seen some resurgence in the Thunder Dragons as well, but they haven't seemed to really make any impact in meta, which honestly is really disappointing in my opinion. Alright, Miracle Rupture. So 2 good packs in a row. That's nice. This is one of the other really short print cards in this set. And this is the last pack of this box. So we have 4 more boxes and we are done. So we are 11 out of 12 through. Alright, so Medulci and Jelly. Nice. So that's a nice way to end up that box. And Artifact Sanctum. And some other stuff nobody really needs. So I'm going to open this box real quick. If you haven't done so yet, make sure that you check out the description down below. It has all the contest info, all the different tiers for the contest, as well as the entrance requirements. So like, comment, subscribe so that you qualify, and make sure that you follow the Gleam link down below. Hitting the Twitter option in Gleam gives you a second entry, so definitely worth doing, and it gets some more people here on the stream so that we can unlock higher tiers of prizing. Alright, is it going to happen, Fritz? Are we getting a Utopia?
Sorry, I was AFK for a second.
I was asking if we're going to get a, if we're getting a Utopia.
I believe in you, Bobby. You can do it.
I just need Troy to come point at a pack. I swear, anytime he opens something for me, it's good. Alright, here we go. Danger Jackalope. So we're actually making pretty good time on this. I think right now, I think we've probably been streaming about we're on 5 hours now, so we well, getting 4 cases completely open in 10 hours is actually not bad timing. I haven't been sorting as I've been going, which I normally do, so it's going to add some time on the back end, but considering the fact that we've actually been discussing things, swapping to different pages, making pretty good time. Oh, nice! We got a Mecha Phantom Beast. We got a Weathering Soldier. What is your opinion on that card, Fritz?
I don't even know what it does. I will admit I have not read many cards from this new set. The only things I know are the Numeron cards, which are quite good for competitive play, and I did see that it had some pretty important reprints like the Chaos Dragon and the O-Lion and Invocation, like those things.
Yeah. So this card, it's a rock level 4 Earth. If this card is destroyed by battle or sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can add 1 Fossil Fusion or 1 card that specifically lists Fossil Fusion in its text, except Weathering Soldier, from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Weathering Soldier once per turn. Once per turn during the end phase, this card loses 600 attack.
I mean, it's okay. It's a bit slow. Generally, you don't like cards that have to be that like search or whatever through destruction or battle unless you have a specific like synergy within the deck. Like for instance, with Barrage or. or diagram or something like that. If it was sent from the field to the graveyard, then yes, we would be in business.
Yeah,
I think
for
this
sure.
might be play, but I think it's just a bit too slow with that effect.
See, that's kind of what I've been saying. Like, I don't see the card doing really anything in the meta, but people are excited about the fossils with Adamancipator. And so some people are talking about playing that with the Adamancipators because it is a level 4 Earth Rock. So it's searchable in the deck, and then you can search out the Fossil Fusion that way. But I agree, the speed just doesn't make sense in the current meta.
Yeah, I don't really think that the fossil cards are very good either. Like, the fusions just... Like, compare it... The most comparable thing is comparing it to the Invoked Engine, because they're fairly similar, and it's just very subpar compared to the Invoked Engine when they do similar things. Like, the boss monsters you bring out are worse. The engine is not a one-card engine, which is worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's cute, and I'm sure it'll be a huge hit with like more casual players or more casual decks, but it's like a competitive strategy. I don't think there's any hope for that.
I'm hoping that it gives Adamancipator a new life and actually makes it somewhat relevant now that Numeron's coming out, but I kind of agree that I don't see it doing all that much. We just got a Numeron network, speaking of Numerons, so that's a nice one, and a Salamandre Gazelle. That's a nice little pack there. But there's definitely some perks to the Fossil Fusion. Let's see, I'll just go ahead and read the card. I've got one in front of me. Fusion summon one Fossil Fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing fusion materials listed on it from any graveyards except materials with a specific graveyard requirement listed. If you banished monsters from both graveyards, neither player can target that special summon monster with monster effects. So it's got some built-in protection, and it allows you to recycle or use your opponent's monsters as well as your own. So I can definitely see uses in the mirror match, which is kind of good because the mirror match is always the most difficult.
Are you talking about the Adamancipator deck?
Yeah.
So the issue with this is if they are making a board, you lose. So this card is just a little bit too slow in that you'd rather this be like a Dark Ruler No More, or something, or like a hand trap. And usually they end with the Buster Sword anyway, so you can't even activate this card because you can't summon from your extra deck. So you have to out that and go through like 3 negates, and then you could activate this, which might be okay. But the problem is that none of these like fusions that you work are Purgatrio for. It's like if this fusion that you summoned was a Purgatrio and you wiped the entire board with just that, yes, I could see that being good. But even then, why are you not just normal summoning Alistair? Because that engine fully replaces itself in card advantage, as well as being a 1-card engine. So that's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
It's cute again. It relies on your opponent playing the game, and it doesn't, like, as far as I'm aware, most of the fusions don't give advance, which is like a problem.
I actually haven't read most of the fusion cards. I think there's really only one that people have been really interested in, and that's the Skull Knight. I'll try to read that one if we pull another one here. But yeah, it's I know people are talking about making the new Adamancipator deck a turn 2, and I know that it has like the ability to search out like the Nibiru and stuff like that to out the board, and but at the same time, it seems, like you said, it seems cute. Oh, we just got a Numeron network here. Actually got quite a few of them from this box. and a Fire Flint Lady. That is one card that I'm excited for, because I think it's going to really affect warriors coming up with Infernoble Knights.
That deck will be quite good, I think.
Have you read this card before? Fire Flint Lady?
Which card?
Fire Flint Lady.
I have not.
So it's a level 1 warrior effect. If you control a warrior monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. So it's got a bit of a butter spy effect. It's just to get a extra body on board. And then you can send this card from the field to the graveyard, special summon one level 4 or lower warrior monster from your hand, and if you do, your opponent cannot target it with card effects this turn. You can only use each effect of Fire Flint Lady once per turn. So basically, if you have that in your hand, you can get out a card that you couldn't get out of your hand otherwise. So if you have 2 cards that you wanted to normal summon, you summon one of them, and then you trigger that off and get the other one on the field.
Might be okay. Unfortunately, it's neg to do that, so it might not be worth. But
yeah, that's the thing. It is a neg. I feel like it's gonna only really be usable in specific strategies, where you absolutely need to get 2 of a certain thing on the board, or 2 specific things on the board. But I mean, just the first effect by itself, just to get a second warrior on field, is never a bad thing, especially in warrior decks, which tend to be very combo centric. It's also one of those cards with like Isolde. You could put it on the field once you have Isolde on the field, and then send your equip, get another monster on the field. Then you could have 2 bodies as well as the Isolde, and link climb from there. So it's a utility extender, and it's actually selling quite a lot on TCG Player. So not sure how it's going to actually play out in meta, but it has potential, I think.
Have you put up any of your listings yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Part of the contest is that people get to choose anything they want that I pull. So I wanted to hold off until the contest ends tonight.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we got the Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf, Invoked Caligula, and Dragon Buster Destruction Sword. That's a nice pack right there.
Surprised they reprinted that card. People thought it was going to be banned, but I guess they don't plan on doing ban lists for a while.
Yeah, I think that might be part of it, but I really don't expect much revelation on the next ban list, but... Oh, sweet! We got an invocation.
Oh, pulled quite a few, haven't you? Thought it was more short printed than this.
I'm actually doing pretty well with them. Let's see, so for today... 2, 3, 4, 5. So out of 2 cases so far, I've gotten 5. So I think what the ratio a lot of people are reporting is 2 per case. I've been averaging about 3 to 4 per case. So I've been at least getting lucky on the invocations. Alright, Book of Moon, Black Whirlwind, Goyo Guardian. I didn't actually find this out till yesterday, but this thing has a errata that actually nerfs it. It used to...
What does?
Goyo Guardian. So it used to be 1 tuner plus 1 non-tuner monster. Now it's 1 earth tuner. Oh, we got a Miracle Rapture. Which has actually been a really hard card to pull too. So, and speaking of erratas, we just got the Topologic Zeraboros, which has a buff errata.
Yep. How it was supposed to work in OCG.
Yeah. No, so we imported that text finally.
I just can't wait for the next set.
Honestly, I think a lot of people are feeling that right now.
There's so many. Like, I really want to build not even like the meta stuff, just like even the fun stuff from that set is cool. We have the fluffy deck. We'll see. I don't know what they're gonna localize it as, but I think they're like Marfay or something.
Marfay, that's what people have been calling it. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's actually going to be the localized name.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll change it. It'll probably be like fluffy or something cutesy.
I don't know. I know like there's a few people that are really excited about the Marfay, so and we just got a new run calling.
Will is extremely excited for it.
Yeah. I know Liam was talking about it as well. I haven't heard too much talk about it in the more competitive scenes, but just like the locals and whatnot, people are really excited for it. So, so Numeron Wall and Invoked Caligula is pretty nice. Actually, while I am thinking about Rise the Duelist, I'm going to just refresh real quick on the database and see if it's been updated yet, because it's supposed to be on there today. And it is not on there yet, so... Yep, so still showing Battles of Legend Armageddon as the newest listing on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card database. Alright, well, let's get into this box. We are switching to a new box. We are going into the third box from the end of the stream. So if you haven't done so already, make sure that you comment, like, and subscribe. Get your friends on the stream so that they can do the same, so that we can unlock some prize support before the day is over. We've got some Weathering Soldier, Black Whirlwind, Appliance for Reuse, Book of Moon, and Secure Gardener. So very nice there. Let's exit out of that. It's going to slow down my video. Alright, there we go. And let me get some more music playing. Alright, so let's get back into this box. So Fritz, I'm not actually on a screen where I can see the video numbers. What's everything looking like right now?
Just a couple people watching right now, so
yeah.
Pretty relaxed. Just, yep. Pretty late into the opening.
Yeah, it's pretty late. I kind of expected us to die down by about now.
That's fair. I mean, it was going pretty well the first day. You had like 20 people at one point. Pretty good.
I forget. I looked at the analytic metrics yesterday, but we've had a few hundred views so far. So.
Oh, very cool.
So we've actually done pretty well for a first stream.
Yeah, that's a great start. Especially for your first one. I started small. I haven't gotten any bigger. It's like a numbers game. If you do it enough and you provide enough good content, people will eventually come.
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty damn good for your first. Pardon my language.
Honestly, I was hoping we could get some of the coaches from Duelist Academy on here. Nishad was saying that he might want to, but he has been pretty busy the last couple days. He was opening his own case yesterday, and he drew a Utopia, which I was very jealous of. But he didn't get a 10,000 dragon, so I've at least got that one over him. And then today he's been working on getting the Duelist Academy tournament up and running for tomorrow, so... But I don't know if you saw it at the beginning of the stream today. We had John, House of Champs, come on.
Cool.
Yeah.
I didn't. I was dealing with Cat, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, that was when you were still dealing with the bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a really nice surprise. I've talked to him a few times in the past. He helped me with some of the fair use stuff with copyright, and I've been sending him like case counts for a while now, and so he let me advertise on his Discord. Shout out to House of Champs. It's a really great channel, really great market watches, and we actually have them linked on our YouTube homepage. So if you go to our channel page, it's down there. We've got a lot of great Yu-Gi-Oh content creators listed, and House of Champs is one of them. But yeah, I was really stoked that he actually decided to stop in after I told him about the stream, and he let me post it. So
That's cool. Quite nice.
yeah, it's nice getting support from the YouTube community so early off. And we've got a Nimrod network, so really nice pool right there.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's pretty hard to break into a community when it's already pretty solidified. You have big names. Because it's interesting. This happens in all sorts of stuff. Like it's the League community, it's the Yu-Gi-Oh community, it's the Dota community, it's everything. It's what like little cliques form among the popular content creators, and then it's like it's almost circular because they all promote each other.
Yep.
Do like cross promotion, and then because of that, they get bigger. Well, it's very hard to then be like a new person unless you like get into that clique.
Exactly, yeah. I was actually, I've been following Cyber Knight for a really long time. I don't know if you're familiar with this channel.
No.
So he actually mostly does like just random pack openings. His channel is kind of a random Yu-Gi-Oh content channel. He opens up a lot of like subscription packs and like Walmart packs and things like that. It's kind of the not really just like big stuff like Battles of Legend, but he like focuses on some of the more obscure packs that you can find. And he actually has the highest subscriber count out of all of the really big name YouTubers, and he has good content. This isn't at all a criticism of his channel. In fact, I'd recommend people check it out. It's another one of the channels I have linked on my page. But it's not really like an info channel or a learning channel, which I figured would be kind of what people would most flock to. Because, I mean, you look at the biggest channels out there, House of Champs, SEMO, Team Samurai, and a lot of them are like info, strategy, market watch. But just beating out all of them almost by double is this guy that just opens a lot of random stuff. And I thought it was really interesting when I noticed that.
Well, what's kind of funny with a lot of the info channels, I wouldn't say the market watch channels and stuff, those are a bit different, but the ones about the like meta play and stuff, there really isn't a good source of information for actual competitive players. Most of these like meta channels and like competitive channels are very watered down and meant for casual players who like reading about competitive, or like the semi-casual or like the semi-competitive players who think they're competitive but they still cling on to a lot of casual things.
Yeah.
And I guess that's because the competitive scene of like the actual good players is pretty small. So it would be very hard to have a good audience. And then once you get to the highest level, then you do have a lot of different opinion on what's good and stuff. And people are very strong-willed, I guess is the best way of putting it. But it's just interesting because there really isn't a good place for actual competitive discussion because everything is very surface level, like SEMO and all them. In fact, I'd say the best place that I know of is unironically Farfra when he isn't talking. Like when he just has friends on and them talking. Because his friends, he has some quite good friends.
Oh, yeah, for
he's
sure.
not very good, but his friends and the people he talks to are.
Oh, yeah. I actually really like Farfa's content. And I mean, he has a really strong grasp of the game in order to be able to actually commentate on the Table 500 stuff that he does. I mean, you have to really, really grasp the game and understand what's happening in those videos with some of the more obscure archetypes and things like that. So, I mean, you've got to give like respect where respect is due, that the guy really does know the game. But I think that's also kind of what attracts the fact that he's got so many good players that kind of back him in his corner, because they know and understand that he actually really does know the game. But yeah, I mean, you can actually learn quite a bit from those Table 500s because you see unique stuff that nobody else is doing, and it can give you ideas that you can incorporate into meta strategies, things like that.
Yeah, I definitely do like his stuff when it's not him talking. It does get a bit on. I don't know the best way of saying it because I'm sure he's a cool guy when you're talking to him. But when he's doing like his whole stream thing, it does get a bit grating how he's always asking for money. It feels like every 30 minutes on his stream I see donate now.
Yeah.
That's why I can't watch it anymore. I just I understand that it's his livelihood, but I think there are better ways to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think I mean, especially for really long streams, there's kind of got to be a middle ground. I think also like offering rewards for money, like we're going to be doing this if we get so many donations today, is a good way to ask, rather than just saying donate to Patreon. But at the same time, like you said, it is his livelihood, and he's got to be able to pay for his livelihood. So,
yep. But anyways, his content where he interviews like players is very, very good. So should keep doing that. I do wish he put in a little bit more research when he would do commentary for the big events, but he does a good job of engaging and actually being a decent commentator. Because you don't. As much as I think that the better commentators are extremely good players, you can be a good commentator without being a great player, as long as you know how to project the right mood and play off your co-commentator and react to what's happening. And I think he does a really good job with all that. And that's probably happened because of all the streaming experience he has. So I do quite enjoy it when he does commentary.
I actually don't think that I'd seen him commentate a live event before. Oh, nice. We just got the Fossil Warrior Skull Knight. So that's the Fossil Warrior that's actually been on Rise today. So
yeah, he's Konami EU's had him do some of the YCS, or at least one.
Oh, really?
Cool. I wish Konami NA would do that, but Konami NA holds stuff close to their chest. So.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I think Konami NA might actually be finally starting to learn a little bit from Konami EU, because we've seen some improvements in the way that they're running things like YCSs, in the fact that they're actually providing interview spaces and things like that for streamers. Like in the past year, they added that to the YCSs so streamers could have a safe space to film without getting kicked out of the event, and have a place that they could actually interview players, which was really cool. From what I've seen, though, like the second the event ends, they're starting to chase people out. So if you're trying to interview the winner, you better be fast about it.
I mean, I hope they make the Y. So I've seen videos of like when Farfud shows the YCSs in Europe, and they're like whole events. It's super cool. They have like side stuff to do, and like there's more to it than just the tournament. Whereas the YCS Fort Worth, for instance, that we went to, or I don't even remember. Was it Fort Worth? I think
I think so. I remember you guys going. Yeah. I didn't make it. I really wanted to, and I had something that I had to do that weekend.
It was just made me sad because comparing like that YCS to the ones we see when we see like the Euro streams, the Euro streams are insane. They have like they have all sorts of side events. There's so much stuff to do in the building, and then ours was the main event and then side tournament, and that was it. There was no games or stuff or like people to talk to or tables or anything on the side. It was literally just like a bigger regional is what it felt like.
Yeah,
which I guess is fine, but like you kind of expect like a YCS, like one of the biggest events in the game, to be a bit more of a production. They didn't even do commentary for that one, and there was no feature games or anything.
NA really is not known for having any commentaries or feature games.
Nope.
They have the commentators that they normally use in EU, and they tend to do all the events. I don't know what the major difference is. I think part of it might be that Europe is just used to being kind of multiple countries and reach out, because that's kind of how they have to survive as countries. Whereas the US is so big and kind of just standalone and standoffish that we're not as good at it, just in general. And so I think it might be the different mentality of the countries. Honestly, it might be a big part of it. But at the same time, the TCG NA is a large territory. It does include 3 countries, 3 very large countries. And it seems like, because of the market size, that they would be willing to do all that extra stuff. Especially when you take into account that you get players literally traveling from the Oceanic, the EU, to compete in these tournaments. And, if you travel and you don't make it to Top Cut or something, you have nothing to do except, go back to the hotel, which is kind of just disappointing.
Someday. And it's just surprising that they haven't taken advantage of the fact that events are just growing. Well, they were still growing until the virus thing. Did you think that they would take advantage of that? But I guess events are run at a loss, so that is something to consider, that they wouldn't want to actually put money into it or anything, because again, all it is promotion for product. So.
Yeah, I think the European YCSs tend to get much larger numbers. I haven't really sat down and compared them, but that's the impression that I've gotten.
I mean, The Euro YCS is, I forget which one it was, but they did have the one that capped, and they built a second YCS.
Yeah, Dusseldorf, I think it was, right?
What was that?
It was Dusseldorf, I think, right?
Something. That was huge.
Yeah, also the year before that, a Yu-Gi-Oh! YCS in Europe set the Guinness World Record for the largest card game tournament ever.
That's cool. Honestly, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh's creeping up on Magic. I think Magic has a bigger casual scene, but the competitive scene.
Well, one thing that Magic does right is they have different formats that players can play. So if you want to play the old cards, they've got a format for that, and they have competitive support for it. If you want to play the bleeding edge meta, they've got a format for that, and you can play that competitively. And they feature more than one format at events, and so you can go to events and play the format that you want to play and still be around players in all the different formats. And I mean, you look at Konami, we have a traditional format. I can't remember a single time that an official tournament, has actually played by those rules.
They did do a legacy or a traditional side event at OYCS. I forget which one.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
but it was a side event, not a main event.
Well, yeah, it wasn't the official. But I mean, traditional Yu-Gi-Oh is just not enjoyable, I think, because so it's funny, you'd think that FTKs are the best deck, but they're not. Not even Build-A-Board decks are the best deck. It's Orcus, and it's by a long shot.
When you go to traditional, really?
Yes, it's Orcus, because Orcus with access to they take advantage of every one of the broken staples. So think of Pot of Greed is good in every deck, but then stuff like Graceful Charity or Painful Choice in Orcus, like those cards say mill a bunch of cards, and then on top of that, Orcus are resilient enough that they can put up like an air quote big board if they don't get hand trapped. But if they do get hand trapped, they just have plays for next turn. Like, it's not like they lose the game, and their resource loop is so extreme that that they can afford to run like all sorts of side cards and interruptions and stuff, and then still play when their opponents are.
Yeah.
Also playing all that. Whereas like a lot of these FTKs and degenerate decks, the biggest issue is that they just can't play against decks that side tons of hand traps.
Yeah.
They don't have like a backup strategy. Whereas Orcus is like, okay, you hand trap. Like, the best example of this is the Orcus format with the striker cards. That people were stopping running hand traps because 3 hand traps and they would still make a board. Like,
yeah,
and it was just a big board, but it would be enough of a board that they could start looping their resource.
Yeah, it just got to a point where running 14 hand traps wasn't even enough, so it's better to just focus on your strategy and hope that you can play it.
Yeah, you would instead run stuff like System Down, for instance. That was a big one in that format, where it's not a hand trap, but it does give enough advantage that if it resolves, you can still win the game. So instead you would put in cards that would just... It was like, I liked how Michael put it. It was a format where it was a greedy format. Instead of going for like conservative plays and stuff, you had the greed. You had the play your deck in a way that you got as many pluses as possible. Hand traps weren't good enough. They were kind of neg. So it was interesting. I wish we had a format like that right now. I prefer that kind of thing than like Build-A-Board format. I think Build-A-Board formats are the worst.
Yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy... Oh, nice. We got a Fossil Warrior Skull Knight.
No.
I really enjoy just building a massive, like, unbreakable board. But at the same time, it does get a bit monotonous, especially when you're sitting across from it.
I think the biggest issue is that when that kind of deck is the best deck, then other decks can't be played.
Yeah.
Whereas when control decks are the best deck, Build-A-Board decks still be played because they still do win game one if they win the die roll, and then you're in a pretty strong spot. But again, like you just can't play competitively when Build-A-Board is the best deck. Control becomes significantly worse to the point of being almost unplayable.
Yeah,
not the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're in a format where we're watching Altergeist just completely die, and they just got a buff on the ban list. And I mean, I didn't expect it to actually do anything when I saw the ban list, but so many people were just like rushing out. Oh my god, Altergeist, Altergeist! And nothing happened because exactly like you're talking about, those Build-A-Boards just were like whatever. And it also just shows, when we're in those Build-A-Board formats, speed matters so much. Alright, so we got a number 4 Gate Katavari. Nothing too remarkable in that pack right there. Alright, we got a Glacial Beast Polar Penguin, Invoked Caligula. That's probably the highlight of that pack. We still got you on, Fritz?
What's up?
Still got you on?
Yeah. I'm working on other stuff at the same time.
Gotcha. Alright.
Apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. Do what you need to do. Trishula, Dragon of Icy Imprisonment, one of the Shonen Jump reprints. Very nice.
Yeah, it's interesting. That card wasn't in Europe, and now it is. So they never got to experience the full disgustingness of some of the Dragon-like stuff with it. So it was quite gross. It was actually played in the Guard Dragon, the Guard Dragon deck that was popular right before Orcus format got kicked in the full gear.
Yep.
And it was back when Mermaid was still legal, because the main play was that you would the main reason it was played is, one, it would trigger your Thunder Dragons if you played any from the deck, because you can banish a Thunder Dragon from your deck, and it would also allow you to banish the Mermaid from the Orcus player's extra deck, because you get to look at their extra deck and banish the card.
Right, yeah.
It was quite a strong interaction. I lost that deck at a regional.
You lost to that deck at the regional? You said you lost to it?
I lost to it.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing the description of that is just vicious. I can't imagine actually witnessing it and just watching your deck fall apart. Alright, so Heart Earth, Steam Synchron, Invoked Elysium, and nothing too crazy in this pack. The Elysium's kind of nice, getting the light invoked. Alright, Power Crawler. Have you read this card, Fritz?
Nope.
So, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can destroy one monster your opponent controls with less attack than this card. You can only use this effect of Powered Crawler once per turn. All your monsters, or all your opponents' controls must attack if able. All monsters your opponent controls must attack if able, brother. Butchered that last sentence.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems better than I think people are giving credit to it, because it's non-targeting destruction. But at the same time, it's not a 4, so it's not just immediately available for normal summon. I'm really not sure that it's going to do anything, but it does have 27, so it's able to non-target destroy a lot of things in the game. most threats in the meta that are actually capable of being destroyed, period.
Looks like someone had a question in the chat.
Let's see, how much left? Oh, hey Toad, how you doing? We are opening second from the last pack in this box, and then we have one more box after that. Alright, Judgment, the Dragon of Heaven. So another one of those shonen promos. And 4 Mud Skipper, nice reprint there. And this is our last pack for the second to last box, so we need to get our Utopia. Alright, so we got a Appliancer Breaker Bunkle, Fire Flint Lady, nice card there, Elemental Hero Chaos Neos, Appliancer Electrolyrical World, and Artifact Ignition. Oh, actually, that is the last pack. I already took the cards out of this box, so we are actually done. If you haven't done so already, or if you're just joining the stream, make sure that you check out the contest details down below. Make sure that you comment, like, and subscribe. Invite your friends to join the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better prizes we're giving right now. And hopefully, before we wrap everything up, we can actually get some prize support. Before we finish the stream, however, I just want to switch over real quick to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Database. And let's do a quick refresh here and see if we have the updated list for Rise the Duelist. And it looks like, for some reason, Konami has not gotten this out on the Friday. I know right now most of the Konami employees are working from home, so that might actually have put a delay on this. But let's just try a search real quick and see if anything comes up. Well, still not there. Oh, that's a card name. Let's search by card number. And not coming up there either. So it's looking like that set has not been added yet, unfortunately. I was hoping we could look at the new rarities while we're still in stream, but I'm going to keep an eye on this and we'll get a video posted as soon as we've got that information going. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm so glad you decided to be with us. I know a lot of you guys actually stayed with the majority of the stream. So I really appreciate that. We had a few people that really just watched probably 10 hours in the opening packs, and I really just am so glad that you decided to take the time out of your schedule to be with us. Without further ado, we're going to wrap up this stream. Thanks again, guys, and have a great rest of your evening.